Good morning, everyone. We are live and alive. It is 6:06 a.m., August 3rd, 2023. And we are continuing Lostbelt 6 today. I know it's been like 2, maybe 3 weeks since we left off. I had a lot of stuff happen since the last time we streamed, obviously, and I actually was gonna wait until next weekend or not this weekend, but the weekend after that to actually get back to this. Because this upcoming weekend, I actually have Remnant from the Ashes planned. I'm going to be playing all of that, the entire game, with my buddy. I actually took off Friday and Monday to play the game with him throughout the weekend because he's going back to college and we won't be able to play as much once he's back in college, obviously. And so, gave myself a 4-day weekend so we could actually play Remnant from the Ashes before he goes back to college, because we had actually planned to play it this summer at some point and it just never happened. Mostly my fault because of Lostbelt 6 popping up and me trying to catch up on the Lostbelt storyline. And so this weekend gonna be streaming Remnant from the Ashes, and then next week we'll get back to it. But the reason why this stream is happening earlier is because of this. We have the rewards for doing some of the Lostbelt 6 Part 2 story nodes, and there's some Saint Quartz involved. Not a lot, but there is some Saint Quartz that I would like to pick up if I can. Probably not going to get that far into it because I think we'll have to go through all the way to Section 7, probably, or Section 7 of Part 2, which would be what, Section 16? Yeah. So, yeah, that's that. Anyways, before we hop into it, of course, Avalon le Fae here. Let's recap on what we experienced last stream. So we are literally starting 6.2 this stream. We ended last Lostbelt 6 stream at Norwich and defeated the Calamity there, and some crazy shit went down. That was definitely the highlight of 6.1, that's for sure. And then also, just so if in case that anyone's wondering, we have some, if you do exclamation point FA, you'll get a recap in-game. This is the split between 6.1 and 6.2. Okay, cool. If you do exclamation point FAQ, I did make a command for some frequently asked questions that I believe I'm going to get a lot during this stream. One is, did I see the Anniversary Servant? Yes, I know it's a Saberface, and I know that the character is related to Lostbelt 6 somehow, but I have not looked into the character further than that. So please, 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 no spoilers on that character. I don't know anything other than the character's name and that they're a Saberface and that, of course, they're related to Lostbelt 6 somehow. So let's not spoiler that character at all for me. 2, are you farming Narrowfest? I'm sure a lot of people are going to ask my progress on Narrowfest. Yes, I am farming Narrowfest. I'm about 40 boxes in so far. I don't plan on streaming Narrowfest that much because I want to catch up on Lostbelt 6, so any FGO streams I do for the next 2 weeks are probably going to be Lostbelt 6 related. But I might do the challenge quests before the event ends. So we might do one Narrowfest stream to stream the challenge quests. But that's a maybe. I don't even know if that's happening. And then the next question, when's the next LB6 stream? Sometime next week, hopefully, because this weekend is going to be strictly Remnant from the Ashes. But after we finish that, it'll be back to LB6, so that's the plan. You got your 4th drop at 60. I've only gotten 2 drops so far, so I feel your pain, Ispanir, at 40 boxes. Okay. I did write down some notes of just my thoughts on 6.1. Strap in, chat. I know I do this way too much. Some people hate it, some people like it, but I enjoy giving my thoughts on the story so far, especially when we have big breakpoints. Here's the crack of the cold one. Oh yeah. All right. Okay, I had written in my notes about I already mentioned that I know the anniversary servant on JP was an LB6 spoiler, and so just to reiterate again, I only know that it's a Saberface, and I know it's a Lostbelt 6 spoiler. So other than that, let's please just not talk about it. I'm really worried people are going to come into chat and like just ask about the JP unit and start talking things. So if any of you guys see anyone mention the character's name or even just start talking about the JP anniversary unit, just shut them up immediately and tell them Max doesn't want to know anything about the character. I know the character exists, but I don't want to know anything further than that because I don't know anything context-wise. So anyways, first off, the last LB6 stream was amazing. I honestly wasn't enjoying much of LB6 in 6.1, aside from the character interactions, of course. It was mostly character development and world building to essentially set up Lostbelt 6, so it makes sense there weren't many highlights. However, the last moment with MASH at the end of Section 9 to finish up Lostbelt 6.1 was awesome. The end of MASH's Sheffield arc was really sweet too, from the Goblins and Bogart getting some heartwarming little character arcs, though they weren't in the story that long, to be fair. So for me, it was honestly more character building for MASH. But they got a send-off in a sad and inspiring way, and then also the moment with the black barrel was sweet too. Bogart basically like hip-firing that thing like America with the goddamn nuke, with absolutely no regard for the consequences of what such a weapon was capable of, was terrifying and creepy when you got to see that crazy look in his face too. And of course, at the end of the Sheffield arc, we also got Tamlin Lancelot showing up for the first time in the story. And to face her down, Mashu transforms into Tamlin Galahad, which was very cool to see. I had my hypothesis at the time that the reason Mashu was in her Part 1 form after leaving the forest and forgetting her memories was because, similar to how Tristan was automatically summoned as soon as we set foot in Britain, a similar thing could have happened with Galahad, where he was summoned inside of Mashu once more because of his connection to Britain. There's some weird details where I don't think Galahad was ever gone in MASH, right? Like, he's always been there inside of her since the two of them merged, but after the Temple of Time and Solomon and Gaetia's defeat, he went dormant inside of MASH because he didn't want to help humanity against the foreign god, I think is what it was, right? But now it appears that he's active again inside of MASH in this Lostbelt, which is interesting. So there's details that are definitely missing, but my guess is at the moment of why MASH is able to summon Galahad's powers in this Lostbelt is definitely because of his connection to Britain. Beryl also showed up in the Sheffield arc with Tamlin Tristan doing Beryl things, and he announced to MASH that Morgan was both his servant and his wife. We know that Morgan took the throne at the end of the BC era in 2,000 years ago in this Lostbelt, and that made me hypothesize that because time works differently in this Lostbelt, it might be possible that 2,000 years ago was actually when the Cosmos and the Lostbelt story arc started. And my prediction earlier about Oberon being the true king of this Lostbelt starts to make a little more sense in that regard. If Morgan is truly Beryl's servant, and he summoned her when he arrived in this Lostbelt 2,000 years ago in Lostbelt time, that would mean she isn't the actual king of this Lostbelt, and someone else would have to be, right? I'm still extremely suspicious of Oberon for the only reason being that I've seen his third ascension art has been spoiled for me, and I know that he's Fate's first pretender class servant, so I'm basically just trying to piece together of how that fits into the story, which is why I'm sussing him so much. So at the moment, it makes sense in my head that he's only pretending to be a proper human history servant, and he's actually the true king of Fairy Britain, who is probably a member of one of the clans that was defeated by Morgan, and he wants revenge on her, so he's only helping us out until we defeat Morgan, and then he's going to turn on us. That's like my prediction at the moment. But anyways, enough of sussing the Mothman. By the end of last stream, we made our way to Norwich to deal with the calamity brewing there, and according to the prophecy, the child of prophecy that was chosen to be the savior of Britain has to deal with the calamity at Norwich before starting her pilgrimage to ring the 6 bells, which is why we head there, suggested by Oberon, by the way. When we finally make it there, we easily get the best note of this Lostbelt so far. We meet Pepe and get his full character backstory. We start defending the city from the Moors who are attacking it, and we learn that Artoria and the main character have very similar parallels, which I appreciated a lot. I definitely would not have noticed it if it weren't for Artoria's monologue, where she says she's been tasked with an impossible mission and knows we feel the same about ours. We both feel useless, weak, in the face of taking the world on our shoulders, but we still must press on. Those parallels, of course, being the main character of FGO, having to take on the task of being humanity's final master and having to restore proper human history, and Castoria's, of course, being that she is the child of prophecy. Then we easily get the best scene of this Lostbelt so far. Light returns to our eyes as we see the still amnesiac Mash fighting off the Moors, still believing that she is the child of prophecy. We immediately run to her side as she faces down the giant calamity of Norwich, and we have this awesome moment that is written from a third-person perspective as the narrator tells the tale of what happens at the dock. And to me, it felt extremely similar to the first time we used command spells on Mash, which was when we were facing off against Saber Alter in the Fiyuki Singularity, and Mash blocks Excalibur Morgan. We even come right up behind her as she's blocking the calamity and rest our hand on her shoulder, reassuring her. At that moment, Mash gets her memories back, as the main character gets actual written dialogue for the first time ever, because this was all written in the third-person perspective. Our character speaks in the actual text box, which was really cool. Right after we defeat the calamity, it doesn't stop there. The battle is followed up by an animated scene that has been living rent-free in my head ever since. We notice the calamity storm clouds have yet to go away, and just when we hear thunder, all the clouds get swallowed up by what appears to be a small black hole, completely clearing the sky before popping and making the entire sky white, spreading what looked to be an ocean slowly across the white sky. It was mesmerizing, confusing, beautiful, all wrapped up into a single moment. Before anyone could even ask what it was, Mash yells out, "Look out!" shoving us to the side as a giant blue lightning bolt shoots down from the sky and strikes Mash's shield while she blocks it for us. When we open our eyes, the sky has gone back to normal and Mash is now gone. Habicat shows up and explains it was Morgan's water mirror and Mash has been teleported somewhere else. Right after we get reunited with her. Ugh, hard. Lastly, we meet up with Spriggan, the jackass that was going to let the calamity destroy Norwich so he could make a profit off the land, and tells us that he'll allow Castoria to ring the Norwich bell as long as we keep his secret about wanting to sell the land safe. But Castoria refuses because it would mean announcing war against Morgan. Luckily enough, Morgan has requested an audience with us and has promised not to take us prisoner with a temporary truce until the meeting is over. And that is how we ended Lostbelt 6.1. Also, two things I wanted to mention that have been on the back of my mind that I'd like to get answers to soon are, one, I do still think there's some kind of connection between Oberon and Merlin. I don't know what it is yet, but Castoria thinking that Oberon was Merlin when we first met and saying that he reminded her of him, and also her staff of selection looking very similar to Merlin's staff is just way too much of a coincidence. And so I do want an answer to that at some point. Two, secondly, during the moment when Mash was running straight at the calamity at Norwich, and both we and Castoria were taken back by it, Castoria said that she saw a star, and we get a CG of a glowing star up in the clouds. It wasn't a very long moment, but I still remember her saying something like, "I'll never betray that star," and it didn't make a lot of sense, and we're definitely not supposed to understand it without context just yet, but in the Cosmos of the Lostbelt second arc animation opening, we can see Castoria at one point looking up at this star in the sky. And so it seems like there's some pretty big significance there with what that is. I don't know what it is, but I just wanted to point it out and something to keep in the back of my head. Okay, now for the very last thing, we can hop into Lostbelt 6.2. I know that's a lot of recapping. I'm sorry, I won't do that again for a while, probably not until the end of 6.2. I just like recalling the story with my own thoughts on the story so far, just to try to remind myself of things that happened and things and questions that I had to keep in the back of my head going forward. So that's why I do this. And I think that's about it. So with a little, yeah, I think that's it. Cool. Yeah, that was just part one. That was, I said it earlier, 6.1 I wasn't a major fan of. There was some really cool stuff at the end, but most of it was just world building and character setup. Like, 6.1 was truly, like, just a prequel. It was just prologue to the actual story, which is crazy, right? considering how long it was. It was like the length of an actual Lostbelt, and it was just prologue. Nasu wasn't kidding with those. Have you all seen the printer paper? Nasu's, like, 6 or 7 stacks of printer paper that they brought out to show you how long the script for Lostbelt 6 was. Yeah, they weren't kidding around with that shit, dude. Why are you apologizing? I really like these. Some people don't. I know some people say, like, some people aren't a fan of the recaps, but I personally like them and it's my stream, so fuck them. But they can always either watch the VOD or just skip around or leave and come back, so. And that's for the apology. Anyways, I also think there was some new notes, so let's look at the notes again here. So keep in mind too, so they say 2,000 years ago is when Morgan took the era of the High Queen. You can see there 2,000 years ago. And they kind of make it seem like it's like 2000 AD, right? Or I'm assuming that's what most people would think looking at that, because you have 2,000 years ago and then the eras start going backwards, just like the BC era and the AD era in proper human history. I'm making the prediction now that because time works differently in this Lostbelt, I think the era of the High Queen 2,000 years ago might have been the start of the cosmos in the Lostbelt story arc. Like when Beryl Gut first enters this Lostbelt could have been 2,000 years ago in this Lostbelt because time goes so much slower, right? Which is crazy to think about, but I'm assuming that's probably what it is. All right, without further ado, though, let's hop into intro, the start of Lostbelt 6.2, Avalon le Fae. All right, so this is back at the Storm Border. We haven't heard from them in a fat minute. I don't think we've heard from them since we left. Yeah, I don't think we've seen anything going on at the Storm Border. Or Da Vinci sent one of her birds, her pigeons, to the Storm Border, but we literally have not heard from them since then. All right. Extra, extra, extra from the deck. Da Vinci's Typhon is back. Is that how you say that? It's like a glass pigeon, I think. Sort of like Ilya's Magecraft in Fate Stay Night, right? No, not iPhone. Damn it. It's like Tisphone. What? It's not even a real word. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter then. T-phone? T-phone? Extra, extra, extra from the deck. Da Vinci's Typhon is back. T-phone. Yeah. Thanks, Marine. Let Tiffany... Tiffany? Typhone? Dude, I'm just gonna call it a pigeon. Thanks, Marine. Let Da Vinci's pigeon rest in the cage until we're done writing our response. Scans of hazardous substances and contaminants are clear. It's a report from Da Vinci. Director Music, Holmes, if you would. Very well, let's take a look. I see. Oh-ho, fascinating. Gordolph's in the background, like, trying to, like, see what it says over his shoulder. Heads of the fairy clans. Calamities? A mysterious fairy horse who goes by Redra Bit. Yes, this report has proven to be yet another scintillating array of tidbits. Care to read it for yourself, Gordolph? Yes, of course. I am Chaldea's director, after all. It is my job to stay abreast of all our latest developments. If you'll all pipe down, Captain Marines and Pate Fou. I always get confused, like, who is he talking about? And then I'll realize, oh yeah, it's Manair. He just never remembers Manair's name. If you'll all pipe down, Captain, Marines, and Pate Fou, I'll read it out loud, so you can all follow along. Alright, to start off, let's go over what we know about Fairy Britain thus far. It's a French dish. Yeah, he just... Okay, so this is how they recap it. They recap it with the letter. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that. I like Gordolph in the corner there, too, like he's telling the story. Fairy Britain, aka the 6th Lostbelt, is a dangerous place with no electronic devices, or where no electronic devices can function. Max, Chaldea's resident master and special investigations officer, his exclusive servant, Mash Kirillite, our technical advisor Leonardo da Vinci, and Tristan, a servant who was summoned out of nowhere, all set foot on Britain together. F in the chat for Tristan. However, upon entering the Fey domain, known as the Nameless Woods, they forgot their own names and memories and ended up separated. Max awoke in the village of Cornwall, where he made contact with a local fairy, Artoria Castor, who would come to aid Chaldea on our mission. I also wanted to point out, so I think I said earlier in one of the earlier streams several times how I thought Cornwall, they mentioned how Cornwall was home to a lord that Morgan defeated, and then before Morgan defeated that lord, the lord put a curse on the land that is the mist, because Oberon wasn't affected by the mist or the fog that was wiping people's memories. I was assuming that Oberon was the lord that was defeated. So just keeping that in the back of my head. Also, remember the fairy that turned into a Moors at the end that Oberon just like swipes in and like kills right before it was gonna talk to us? It only got the Moors thing on its eye and started to transform into a Moors after Artoria set up the bounded field at her home. And they mentioned at, what's it called at one point? Norwich. They said that if one of the Moors touches you, you will become one of the Moors yourself. That's how you get infected. It's almost like a zombie case or something like that. Like if a Moors touches a fairy, they themselves will get infected and turn into a Moors as well. So, knowing that, the one fairy started to turn into a Moors only after Castoria set up the bounded field. They also talked about something that we didn't get any dialogue for, so we know they talked, but we don't know what they talked about, so I'm sure that's going to come back later. I don't understand the full context yet, obviously, but it kind of seems that Castoria might have infected that fairy with the Moors shit, whatever the Moors disease is called. So, is Castoria a Moors? She doesn't look like a Moors or act like a Moors, of course, obviously, but that's just something to keep in mind, because the fact that she got infected right after Castoria talked to her and put up the bounded field is pretty fucking sus. So, I don't know what the full story is there yet, but definitely something to keep in the back of my mind. Castoria says, Da Vinci, true. Alright. Max awoke in a village of Cornwall, where he made contact with a local fairy, Artoria Castor, who would come to aid Chaldea in our mission. Thanks to her and Tristan, Max escaped from the Nameless Woods, where he then met another collaborator by the name of Oberon, the Fairy King, and began his investigation in earnest. After reuniting with Da Vinci, Max began gathering information on Fairy Britain, with a focus on anything that might lead him to Mash Kirillite. This Lostbelt's king is Morgan, a fairy who has been ruling for the past 2,000 years. The fairies who populate it are divided into 6 clans, and they also control the human population. There are creatures known as the Moors, who are the fairies' natural predators. There are also Tam Lin, fairy knights who possess the names of heroic spirits from proper human history. There are calamities that occur every 100 years, and great calamities that occur every 1,000. Yeah, that part I didn't pick up on until recently, and it sounds like there was already... It sounds like this era is due for a great calamity because we're at the 2000th year, right? And so that might have been what was happening at Norwich, and the fact that we stopped it is probably not a good thing, because Morgan's supposed to be the one that stops him, and that's probably why she's asked us to come and talk to her personally. But Morgan also didn't want to stop it herself, right? Which is interesting. We don't know why yet, but we're gonna find out. What's up, Kiko? How's my friend? He's still in there. I'm going to see him every day, so I'll have more updates as time goes on, but No update since the last time I mentioned him, I don't think. Nothing big or progression-wise. Castoria spilled her grimace shake on her. Yeah. that is what it looked like. I think someone might have mentioned that too last time. I can't remember. It did look like grimace shake, like, coming out of her head. So, there are calamities that occur every 100 years, and great calamities that occur every 1,000. And there is a figure called the Child of Prophecy, who is said to be the one who will defeat Morgan. After undertaking a pilgrimage to ring 6 bells kept by each head of the 6 clans, she will then go on to defeat Morgan and become the true king of Britain. Naturally, as you can imagine, Max would never let her do something like that on her own. So he proposed a partnership with Artoria Castor without even waiting for my orders. So now, we are obliged to lend the Child of Prophecy our full support in order to defeat our common enemy, Morgan. In the time since our last report, Max's team met with Aurora, the head of the Wind Clan, had a run-in with Tamlin Gwaine at the ranch for keeping humans. Fought Tamlin Tristan at an auction house, where they also rescued Senji Muramasa, a servant disciple of the foreign god. Met with Mirian, the head of the Wing Clan, encountered Koyanskaya Chihuahua in yet another new outfit. I love how that's a detail in the letter. And had another local fairy by the name of Gareth and a mysterious fey horse called Redra Bit join their team. Hey, Sonar, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Appreciate it. After a series of adventures, including a battle against the Drake in the River of Tears, Max's team finally arrived in the city of Norwich, and that's where it all went down, baby. Thanks so much, Sonar, for the raid again. Appreciate it. I'm Tamlin. The Christian Tamlin. So we finally arrived in Norwich. There, who should they encounter but Mash Kirillite, whom the local fairies believe to be the true Child of Prophecy. No matter how many times I reread this part, it still doesn't make sense to me. How did Kirillite come to be known as the Child of Prophecy? And what in the world is a Habicat? If only this report could respond to questions. But since it can't, we'll just have to use our imaginations to fill the gaps. I'm guessing Kirillite had her own share of troubles after escaping the Nameless Woods. At one point, she probably ended up saving some people. Fairies? Up in the northern part of Britain. Which probably led to them to regard her as a hero. At any rate, the report also says that Max's team made contact with the crypter Pepperoncino, who had been laying low in Norwich. After numerous mishaps, the calamity of Norwich finally appeared. Fortunately, with Chaldea's help, the Child of Prophecy was able to defeat this calamity. However, shortly after Mash Kirillite had finally been reunited with Max, she was whisked away to parts unknown by a mysterious phenomenon, separating her from Max once again. But there is no time to grieve this unfortunate turn of events. I'm certain Max would agree. For you see, in a surprising turn of events, he and Artoria were invited to Camelot, home of King Arthur in proper human history, and location of the evil castle in Fairy Britain, by High Queen Morgan herself. The very Morgan who possesses Rogue de Miliad, a powerful spell that could be used to fight the foreign god, and one of our main objectives in coming to this Lostbelt in the first place. Now, Max, Da Vinci, Artoria, Gareth, Muramasa, and, Habicat? Have accepted Morgan's invitation and are setting out for Camelot first thing tomorrow. Habicat. And that's all she wrote. Now, are you all sufficiently caught up?
Yeah, we get most of that. Thanks. Okay, we're gonna head back to our post now. Sounds like things are getting pretty crazy out there again. I hope Mash is okay.
Not to worry. Da Vinci's report was quite upbeat. So if nothing else, we can be certain that Mash is safe. The real problem is this water mirror spell of Morgan's. According to the data enclosed along the report, it would seem that... So those dark clouds over the city of Norwich weren't a calamity pool, but one of Morgan's spells? It's hard to believe she was able to remotely control such a powerful spell from over 100 kilometers away. Between this water mirror and Rogue de Myliad, it's clear she's a powerful enemy on par with any of the other Lostbelt kings we've seen. Wait, you're telling me the storm was all Morgan's spell? What the fuck? And that's probably... So the teleportation lightning bolt spell that was used on Mash was probably originally supposed to hit the calamity of Norwich, huh? What the fuck? I definitely I thought the spell was the black hole thing that like sucked up all the clouds and then made the sky go like that. I didn't know the clouds themselves were a spell. That's crazy. How do you think she can pull off destroying a tree? I honestly thought, I didn't think she did it. I thought Beryl did it. Because Beryl said that they were all pissed at him. I thought that Beryl like somehow lit it, or maybe he probably tricked Morgan into doing it and that's why they were pissed at him, maybe. She's a powerful enemy on par with any of the other Lostbelt kings we've seen.
I'm afraid I don't know much about Morgan's legend. Could I ask you to fill me in? I only know her story from proper human history, but if you'll settle for that, then sure. Alright, let's start with her general background. According to British myth, she is the good fairy of the lake. And in the legend of King Arthur, she is depicted as an evil witch bent on destroying him. Morgan was the child of the Duke in Tintagel and Lady Igraine, and later became King Arthur's half-sister after her mother married King Uther. But despite their family ties, she grew jealous of him and began plotting all sorts of wickedness to make his life miserable. Some of her more notable misdeeds include stealing the sacred sword scabbard and seducing Lancelot. But the worst thing she did was trick King Arthur into impregnating her with Mordred, she later sent to join the Round Table. There were a lot of factors leading to the downfall of King Arthur's kingdom, but Mordred's definitely the one who tipped it over the edge.
Paradoxically, there are also some who believe in another side of Morgan was devoted to protecting King Arthur. Those theories claim that Morgan and Vivian, the Lady of the Lake who gave King Arthur the sacred sword and protected him in death, are in fact the same person. What? That's the first I've heard of that. Says who, bro?
Sounds like her lust for power led her to become a femme fatale who ruined an entire nation. So what's the Magecraft world's consensus on her? There must be more to her story that's more commonly known.
Indeed there is. I went through our database myself, and after receiving our technical advisor's first report, there was one bombshell right out of the gate, and it relates to her birth. It turns out Morgan was not actually the Duke of Tintagel's daughter. That was only a pretense. She was actually the child of Lady Igraine and King Uther, the rightful king of Britain. More stunningly still, Morgan was never human. Yeah, this was all covered in Garden of Avalon, if I'm not mistaken. We knew that Morgan was the rightful heir because she's Artoria's older sister, right? And was born from Lady Igraine and King Uther. King Uther was her father and was the rightful heir to Britain. But I don't think Garden of Avalon ever mentioned the specifics, but I'm assuming they didn't think that Morgan would be fit to rule, and so that's why they created Artoria with the Dragon Core and all that. So she was actually the child of Lady Igraine and King Uther, the rightful king of Britain. More stunning still, Morgan was never human. Instead, she was a Fey child, an offspring of the Isle of Britain, just like Vortigern, the cowardly king. But apparently Morgan kept that fact secret and pretended to be merely a normal human child. Still, with King Uther as her father and an absence of her and in absence of a rightful heir, she would have been next in line for the throne. But then, a rightful heir did appear. Once, Artoria, King of Arthur, was accepted by the Sacred Sword and unified the lords of Britain under her leadership. So we know that at the beginning of Garden of Avalon, Merlin was running away from someone and called them a wicked woman, right? He was running away from a wicked woman. That woman was never named. I predicted at the time that it was either Vivian, the Lady of the Lake, or Morgan. But there's not enough context to actually know or even guess who. We just know he says a wicked woman. He's running from a wicked woman that he pissed off. They say up here, some theories claim that Morgan and Vivian, the Lady of the Lake, who gave King Arthur the Sacred Sword and protected him in death, are in fact the same person. So it could have been both. And then what's the other thing I wanted to say? It would also make sense then if Morgan was going to be the rightful heir to the throne after King Uther passed away, and Uther and Merlin came up with the plan to make a rightful king, or a perfect king, and Merlin helped King Uther create this perfect king that was going to be the new heir to the throne. It would make sense why Morgan would be pissed at Merlin, right? That makes sense. Also, I can kind of see some contradicting feelings Morgan would have towards Artoria then, because I'm sure Morgan would spite Artoria because she's the rightful ruler, but Artoria took her spot, but at the same time, that's her younger sister and probably someone she wanted to protect at the same time. So you can kind of see how there'd be conflicting feelings there, which is interesting. All right. This is all context on Morgan that wasn't in Garden of Avalon, so I'm trying to take the story I read from Garden of Avalon and piece it together with the new information I'm learning here. This is really cool. Was hinted in Garden of Avalon by Sir Kay. Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember Kay's. Kay is her brother, right? Or foster brother. I'm trying to... His was the first story in Garden of Avalon, I think. The first knight we get to hear from. Umu Fest. Merlin was chasing after Nimue because he was in love with her. The one problem, there was a big age gap. Yeah, Kay's Artoria's foster brother. We need Kay in FGO. Oh my gosh, Kay and Artoria would have some cool dialogue together. Once Artoria, or King Arthur, was accepted by the Sacred Sword and unified the lords of Britain under her leadership, Morgan stopped hiding her mystics, that is, the power of her fey nature, and started poisoning Camelot every chance she could. She told herself Artoria is nothing more than a human king, made so by other humans. I am Britain's true king. I alone deserve to inherit its mystics. This conviction of hers grew to the point that she eventually came to despise her father, King Uther. Her sister Artoria, and every human who refused to obey her. It was a major factor in her decision to try to destroy Britain itself. Why did King Arthur's once noble older sister Morgan become Camelot's greatest enemy in her later years? Apparently that's the answer.
Yep, even after she had settled in as Queen of Orkney, she still plotted Camelot's downfall from afar. 4 of the Knights of the Round Table, Gawain, Gaheris, Gareth, and Agravain, were Morgan's children. Mordred was, well, I don't know if I should say this without them here, but some experts think that they were actually a homunculus Morgan created, or maybe a clone of King Arthur. Particulars like that aside, it sounds pretty clear that she was an enemy of King Arthur, and a witch who tried to destroy all of Britain. So what about the supposed side of her that was focused on keeping King Arthur safe?
An excellent question, Captain. There are numerous Arthurian legends, and each of them describe Morgan differently. One claims that King Arthur's noble sister, or one claims that Morgan is King Arthur's noble sister, another claims that she is the Lady of the Lake, yet another claims she has been a goddess of Britain since ancient times. Needless to say, each claim would seem to rule the others out of a possibility. Common sense would dictate that one of these theories is correct, and the others refer to someone else entirely. But I believe that they are in fact all true, and that Morgan was possessed of 3 aspects. Given that she was born under supernatural circumstances, I surmise that her human side, her fairy side, and the part of... Oh my gosh. Given that she was born under supernatural circumstances, I surmise that her human side, or her fairy side, and the part of her that was Britain's own avatar all existed simultaneously. What the fuck? The Britain's avatar I don't understand, like, at all, because I get that, Vortigern was, like, Britain's avatar, right? In Garden of Avalon? What the fuck does that even mean? What is an avatar of a fucking country? That makes it, like, that concept, like, is kind of lost on me. The will of Britain made manifest, so like a type? It's like a fucking type from, or it's like an ultimate one, but for a country? Like, what? Manifestation of the mystic of the land? Yeah, like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, my brain is having a hard time, like, wrapping my mind around it, because I guess when I try to comprehend something new that I haven't heard of before, I try to compare it to other things. And so, saying the avatar of a fucking country, I'm like, what does that mean? Like, what can I compare that to try to make it make sense? What was the question? I'm trying to comprehend what the fuck an avatar of Britain is. Like, what does that mean? Its own mini counterforce? What? Like, that shit. God Juna into India? Like, all... Well, God Juna was like all the gods of India fused into one. I think maybe more like an elemental. You have an elemental that is an avatar of the concept of fire. Now you have a manifestation of the concept of Britain. What the fuck? All right, we'll keep moving on. That shit, that's fucking wild to me. Her fairy side. So, given that she was born under their supernatural circumstances, I surmise that her human side, her fairy side, and the part of her that was Britain's own avatar all existed simultaneously. But as these parts of herself are essentially irreconcilable within a single entity, I suspect each of these aspects become independent. I suspect that each of these aspects can become an independent being. One was her human side, Artoria's kind older sister Morgan. Another was her fairy side, Vivian, the Lady of the Lake. And the third was the avatar of Britain, Morgan le Fay. Oh shit. If we assume that to be the case, everything makes sense. The Knights of the Round Table, then, did not bring her to justice because she was both evil and good.
Now I see. Okay, I'm convinced. But hang on, isn't Vivian another name for Animu? The fairy who imprisoned Merlin?
Yes, it is. Morgan is both King Arthur's rival and Merlin's greatest enemy. Though Merlin was the one who taught Vivian magecraft, her infatuation with him eventually led her to despising him and ultimately sealing him away. To do so, she employed a great bounded field in the form of a sarcophagus spell inscribed with the words, "Only those free of sin may pass." Yep, and he passed through. That was the very beginning of the Garden of Avalon story. As an incubus, not even Merlin could escape it. It was a spell from the Age of Gods known as Garden, which could only be used by the avatar of a mystic. While it's still unclear how much of this Lostbelt Morgan has in common with Morgan from proper human history, it would seem prudent to assume that she has more weapons at her disposal than Rogue de Miliad alone.
At first the Lion King in Jerusalem, now it's Morgan and Fairy Britain, huh? I swear, why are we always getting mixed up with Arthurian legends? I mean, I can understand it in this case since we're in Britain now and all, but still.
It's because Nasu loves Artoria. And Takeuchi, of course, as well. Nimue? 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 Fae doesn't equal Fae? What? Oversimplified, but it's the idea of making Earth into an anime girl. Yeah. I get that, because that's like that's literally what archetype Earth is, right? Did they just break the fourth wall? Pretty much, yeah, I'm pretty sure he just did.
I swear, why are we always getting mixed up with the Arthurian legends? I mean, I can understand it in this case since we're in Britain now, but still.
Yeah, no, I get the avatar of like different concepts, but that shit makes more sense than a country. I'm trying, like, why it's hard for me to comprehend is like what the fuck do you mean like a being is brought into reality because of the conceptualization of a country like that? Woo! It goes right over my head. I'm like, what the fuck? The like most stuff like that, like with King Hassan being like the avatar of like, or the angel of death, though, like that makes more sense to me because it's like the concept of death. But the concept of like something like death is much different than the concept of a fucking country. That's why it's so hard for me to fucking comprehend. The avatar of mystics of Britain? The avatar also has a fine British accent.
I mean, what are we gonna do if Albion shows up next? I don't even think the Stormborder would have a chance.
Albion? You mean the, what game is Albion? Is that Fable? Land name in Fable. Yeah, Albion. The setting in the Fable series takes place in the land of Albion. I'll be gone, Albion, I'm no longer your fool.
I mean, what are we gonna do if Albion shows up next? I don't even think the Stormborder would have a chance. Albion.
That is what the Isle was known as in ancient times, before it came to be known as Britain. Though, of course, that name also refers to something else in the Magecraft world. That was the name of the dragon that's under the clock tower, if I'm not mistaken, right? In proper human history, under the clock tower, there is the bones of a dragon, and the dragon's name was Albion, I believe. There, it refers to the last pure-blooded dragon, Albion, an extinct phantasmal who remained on the Isle of Britain even as the Age of Gods came to an end. The creatures we call dragons today are simply animals who happen to acquire some of the dragon genes left behind by the dragon kin who went over to the reverse side of the world. Yep, that's why they're wyverns. That's why all the other, like, quote-unquote, like, dragons we usually fight are wyverns, and then, like, you have the bigger ones that are, like, just like what he's saying right there. What we refer to as dragons today are simply animals who happen to acquire some of the dragon genes left behind by the dragonkin, by the true dragons who went over to the reverse side of the world. Sieg. And ended up adopting the dragon's way of life while preserving their own. With the exception of Albion's corpse, not a single pure-blooded dragon is left on this entire planet. Ah, yes, that is what they say at the clock tower, isn't it? Quite a romantic notion at that. But that is all it is, and Albion is but one in a long list of fairy tales. More importantly, it's now been 28 days since we began this mission. Thanks to the concentrated fruit essences of our technical advisor has been sending along with her reports, we now have magical energy to spare, which would let us remain here past our initial 50-day estimate. Perhaps we should advise them to stop by the border?
True, maybe we should. Ideally, I was hoping to complete this mission within 30 days, but that's obviously not going to happen. That said, we still don't know exactly when the collapse is going to begin, so we shouldn't be too quick to change our time limit. If we stick to our initial plan, we still have 70 days left to complete the mission. Do you think Max's team can pull it off in that time frame, Holmes?
Well, according to Da Vinci's report, it would seem circumstances are nearly all in place. If their meeting with High Queen Morgan ends peacefully, and she proves willingly to share information about Rogue Nemiliad with them, they can then devote the rest of their time to investigating the collapse.
And if it doesn't end peacefully?
Now that Chaldea has thrown their lot in with the Child of Prophecy, war is all but inevitable. We already know the extent of Fairy Britain's military power. If Artoria is able to complete her pilgrimage and muster a significant anti-Queen force, the battle for Camelot will be decided in a single day. I suspect that battle will take place in 16 days at the earliest, just barely within our deadline.
Bum bum bum.
What's up, Black Angel Rose? How you doing? War. War never changes. All right. Oh, yes. We're getting the St. Quartz. Let's go. All right. Holy shit. Wait. Chat, look at that. We get a Holy Grail at the end of this. We're done. Section 10. Lostbelt 6. Completed after this node. Let's go.
I can hear people singing the Child of Prophecy song in the streets.
I shall speak now of a future, of the end of the Isle of Mystics, which came to be known as Fairyland. Let the innocent return. Here stands the Queen's unknowable castle. It falls like rain, like ash. It vanishes like snow, like lies. Our desires languish, deferred. Even now, we dance in the palm of the Queen's hand. We require now only a little more patience. After 2,000 years, the dawn shall bring the child who will be our salvation. She shall be the child who saves the world, who binds both peoples together. Even her light begins as but an ember. Even should no one see it, she will become a flame to draw moths. What do they mean by that? A city of iron, a sea of soot. When the calamity recedes, her pilgrimage begins. Chosen by the staff of selection, the savior guarded by travelers from afar, shall reach the throne. The true king shall arrive at the throne, accept now this bloodied crown. Ooh. Ring, ring, like raging thunder, like weeping flame, let us hearken to the 6 bells ringing, blaze the path of the true king. Ere the red calamity catches us, ere the black calamity devours us. Indolent and derelict though we may be, we are all the scions of the free Fae. Never have we wished for anything, but still we desire a shining future. So that was the prophecy that they were singing out there. We still don't know what any of that means except for right there, the beginning of it. A city of iron, a sea of soot. When the calamity recedes, her pilgrimage begins. That's what we just did. So a city of iron, a sea of soot. That is Norwich. When the calamity recedes, her pilgrimage begins. So the calamity has now receded. Castoria's pilgrimage has just begun. Right after that, they say, chosen by the staff of selection, which she was, the savior guarded by the travelers from afar, which is us, where we are the travelers from afar, shall reach the throne, which is what we're doing right now. We're going to the throne. The true king shall arrive at the throne when we get there, accept now this bloodied crown. Ooh. So I wonder if that's like right now. When we get there, accept now this bloodied crown. And then right after that, ring, ring like raging thunder, like weeping flame. Let us hearken to the 6 bells ringing. So right after that, we're going to have to ring the 6 bells, blaze the path of the true king. Monka. They say blaze the path. That almost makes it sound like we're gonna have to fucking, like, burn away, like, everything in our path. Ere the red calamity catches us, ere the black calamity devours us. So originally I was thinking that was the two dragons, because the dragon that was in Artoria was the red dragon. I can't remember its name. The dragon core in Artoria was a red dragon, right? And I thought, wasn't Vortigorn's dragon the black one, or was it a white one? I think someone corrected me and said it was white, not black. But when I first read this, I thought it was talking about Artoria and Vortigern from Garden of Avalon. Vortigern's white? Okay, so that is something different then. Never mind. So ere the red calamity catches it, so it's probably not the dragons then. It's something different maybe. So a red and a black calamity. Indolent and derelict though we may be, we are the scions of the free Fae. That could mean anything. Never have we wished for anything. The Fae have not wished for anything, but we still desire a shining future. So maybe talking about the Lostbelt not dying. Alright, and that's the end of it.
There's no mention of Norwich being destroyed in that song. So why did Oberon say there was nothing anyone could do to stop its destruction?
'Cause he's sus! He is...
sus!
So why did Oberon say there was nothing anyone could do to stop its destruction? I wonder, does he know more of this song than everyone else?
Hmm. I do, as a matter of fact. The prophecy actually has 18 verses in total. Most Fae are only familiar with the 14 we just heard, but there are actually 4 more.
I knew it! Why didn't you tell us sooner, Oberon?
I just forgot to mention it, okay? I'm sorry. Can we please just drop it? You can't just bluster your way through mistakes, you know. I'm guessing you had a reason you couldn't tell us? You're right, but I don't want to lie either. It's hard on me. Alright, I'll tell you. These are the other 4 verses of the prophecy, at least as I heard them anyway. Verse 8.5 says, "The harbor shall return to empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky." The harbor shall return to empty shore, so the city destroyed, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky. So meaning Morgan wanted the city to be destroyed, and then she was going to get rid of the calamity, but we saved the city. So things didn't go to Morgan's plans, I'm assuming. The verse 9.5 says, "The round fortress shall burn, and the bell of water shall appear." So they did say the 6th bell was missing, because we only know where 5 of the bells are. The 6th bell is hidden. This is probably why. This is probably the 6th hidden bell. The round fortress shall burn. Like the round table fortress. And the bell of water shall appear. It's probably Morgan's water spell in the sky, right? Verse 10.5. "Confessed sinners shall make the acquaintance of the guillotine." People who confess their sins will get their heads cut off at the guillotine? Guillotine? Verse 12.5. "Having fulfilled her role, the child of prophecy shall say farewell to her home." Monka. As you can see, these verses are a lot more ominous. That, and the fact they're not very precise for a prophecy, might be why they were excised. Case in point, verse 8.5, "The harbor shall return to the empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky." The harbor is obviously Norwich, and the empty shore part must mean the city was going to be wiped off the coast. So I was steeling myself to lose Norwich even if we were able to repel the calamity, but, well...
Norwich didn't fall. Is it because of the child of prophecy appeared?
Could be. This basically proves that not even Ainsl's prophecies are perfect, especially for these 4 verses. So I've decided I'm just going to not worry about them anymore. Now, on a more important note, you guys need to get going soon. Between Artoria, Gareth, Muramasa, and Habitrot, I think you should all be safe without me. So I hope you don't mind if I go off on my own again. More information gathering? Partly, yes. But I also just really want to give Spriggan his compliments. So I thought I'd stay here and work with the Count to knock him down a peg or two dozen until he hits rock bottom. Besides, we could have been reunited with Mash much sooner if he hadn't insisted on keeping the Child of Prophecy in his castle. Don't you think he deserves at least a little punishment for that? I'd say he deserves a lot. Make sure you hit him where it really hurts. In the wallet. Just leave it to me. Bloodshed may not be the Fairy King's style, but I can definitely bleed him dry financially. Let's go. Comeuppance. The guillotine. Sanson's in this? Hey, what's up, Daryl? How you doing? Give me back my eggplant. Wait, before we leave, there's something I need to let you all know.
Oh, let me guess. Oberon's going off on his own again, right? I had a feeling he might.
Gotcha. Well, I guess we don't have to all stick together all the time. It's not like he's much help in combat anyway.
I'm sure Oberon will be fine on his own, but how come Redra isn't here either? He's staying behind too. Technically, he's still Aurora's retainer after all. And it wouldn't be good for her if he were seen with us right now. So I'm gonna have him stay here with Oberon and bring the carriage if we need it. Oh, I see. Well, that makes sense, but you there, the pink fairy, Habitrot, right? Are you coming with us too? I mean, the way to Camelot is probably pretty dangerous, so... don't you worry about me, I'll be just fine. Just think of me as a spectator along for the ride. In fact, you should probably be more worried about yourself than me, Gareth. I'm the irreplaceable healer every party needs in combat, and I'm probably stronger than you. Don't worry, Max, I'm not gonna let you die before you and Mash are reunited. So feel free to wait in battle all you like. As long as you don't die, I can patch you up with my magic needle no matter what horrific injuries you might sustain.
Good to know, thanks. That sounds both very close to and very far from Nightingale's preferred treatment methods.
Nightingale? Now that's a nice fairy name. So you already know a nurse as cute as me, huh?
Quiet, everyone. Here comes the Queen's troops from the main gate. Chat. It's death by snoo-snoo. I wouldn't call Nightingale cute. What do you... Yeah, she's better than cute. You're right. Have you seen her summer CE? I apologize for our 10-minute delay. I am Tamlin Gwaine, and these are 30 members of the 1st Royal Knights Moors Extermination Brigade. We are the ones who will be providing you honored guests to Camelot with safe passage. Say something, Artoria.
Oh, right. Thanks for taking the trouble to come get us. I don't care if all that bulk will make you cranky on the journey here.
Oh my god, what did she say?
I don't care if all that bulk will make you cranky on the journey there, but you better treat us with respect, you got it?
That is the plan, yes. We have readied a carriage for the Child of Prophecy and the foreign mage. Your retainers will need to walk. I trust that's all right. You're that scoundrel who tried to assassinate the High Queen. How are you still alive? I saw you fall into the pit. Oh, that? Yeah. Lancelot handed me my ass and tossed me right into that pit. But unfortunately for you, I managed to survive, and now I'm the Child of Prophecy's bodyguard. Next time you see Lancelot, tell her not to take her eyes off a servant until the spirit origin's completely gone.
What should we do, Lady Gwaine? Are we really okay letting this man go back into Camelot? What if he tries to assassinate the Queen again?
It's alright. If he does, he won't have the element of surprise anymore. I can take him on myself. Especially now that the Queen has assured me not to worry if combat damages or destroys the castle. Yeah? Hey, that's great. You barely fit in the place anyway. Should help you move around a little better. Next time we fight, I'd rather it just be head-to-head, without either of us holding anything back. I guess the Child of Prophecy is something of an eye for talent after all. However much of her retainers suggest otherwise. Fine. You there, make room in one of the carts for our guests. The servants can ride with the foreign mage. Treating those two as honored guests at least until we reach the castle will help us move a little faster.
Yes, my lady, right away.
We'll be taking the western road to Camelot and spend one night at Oxford along the way. We'll then take a detour around the pit towards Camelot. For the next 2 days, our fates shall be intertwined. We will not turn our swords at each other, regardless of what may happen. Do you agree to that, foreign mage? Nod, of course. Good, then let us be off. Soldiers, do not let your guard down simply because this is an escort mission. The Calamity's destruction has led to Moor's toxin spreading far and wide across Britain. Eliminate any Moors you come across immediately upon discovery. I don't want to hear even a peep of discomfort from our guests. Monka. Wait, they said we were going to... Oh, this town must be Oxford then, and that's the one with, what's his name? Woodwose, right? I was thinking, for some reason I was thinking this one down here was Oxford, but that must be another city we haven't discovered yet. Okay. On the road again.
Well, that's a relief. This carriage ride is as smooth as red bits. By the way, Max, are you really ready for this?
To meet the queen, you mean? I'm kind of nervous, but
you'll be fine since you're used to this sort of thing. Is that it? Oh, well, that must be nice. I couldn't sleep a wink last night, so I just practiced with my staff. And you're what, 20% nerves, 80% relaxed? How can my servant be so much better at this? It's not that, Artoria. Max is just as nervous as you are. He's just had enough experience with situations like this to understand the value of staying calm. Masters need to give orders and watch out for their servants after all. So while Max might not be able to fight on the front line himself, he's very good at keeping cool under pressure. Oh, really? So you've met lots of other kings then?
Yep, I sure have. And some goddesses, too. So, you'd think I'd be used to this sort of thing by now, but nope, not even close. Stare.
By the way, I heard something interesting about Tamlin Gwaine back in Norwich. Apparently, she was the first fairy to be made a Tamlin during the era of the High Queen. About 200 years ago, during 1800 of the era of the High Queen, there was a huge outbreak of caterpillar Moors in central Britain. That calamity later came to be known as the Caterpillar War, and it was Gwaine who put a stop to it. So while it might not have been like the calamity we got rid of in Norwich, she still resolved the calamity just like Artoria did, and that's what led to the Queen recognizing her skill.
Surprised? Overcome with newfound respect? Are you filled with newfound respect now, or just surprised, Artoria?
No, nothing. But Gwaine could do
would surprise me, or what? Could do would? Could... Dude, is that a typo? And she was about to say Bargus there too. I still don't know what, like, Bargus means or is. That's not a typo? What the fuck does that mean? No, nothing but Gwaine could do would... Oh, okay, now I see it. Nothing Gwen could do would surprise me or make me respect her. Got it.
That said, I guess this means Morgan's not the only fairy to have dispelled a calamity then. Guess this means I'm even less special than I thought. Oh man. Now I'm even more nervous. Oh crap, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you even more nervous. And hey, from what I heard, the Caterpillar War wasn't all that big of a calamity. I mean, the one at Norwich was a once-in-a-millennium great calamity.
Oh, was it?
So it had to be smaller than that. Don't forget, we saved an entire city. You have every right to be proud of that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Mash and Max might have done most of the heavy lifting. But I definitely still contributed, and when it comes to defeating Moors, I can hold my own against any
More smoke spotted nearby, incoming from 3, 7, and 11 o'clock. Lightning soldiers, prepare your mystic codes. Guards, get into your formations.
Max! On it. Let's go help them. I know. You want to show Gwen what you can really do, right?
Right. I'm gonna make her see me in a new light.
If you're out here, I assume you have no intention of sitting back and letting us do all the fighting? Very well. I would welcome your aid. There are a lot of Moors here, and I would prefer to avoid casualties. Follow me, child of prophecy and foreign mage. Make sure you stay close to me. Wait, can we take her as a support? No? Aw, it'd be so cool if you got Tamlin Gwen as a support. Oh, there's no Castoria, huh? You can't take a Castoria support. What? Why is there no story support here? That's so weird. And you can't take a Castoria support? That's whack. Wait, unless... Oh, they might be on the front line. You know what? Like... Yeah, okay, they're already there. That's why. Where the hell is the CE I'm looking for? Bro, what? Where's the Kiara CE? Am I blind? I might be blind, chat. Did I level? I didn't level it up to 50. What? What the fuck would you call like the... What does the Kiara CE do? Like the NP... It's not charge up. Would it be charge up? Oh, there it is. It is charge up. Okay. 31. Why could I not find that, dude? There it is. Jesus. Need to bring back Dante's farming. I definitely want to try once he gets his battery. Whoa, foul weather. Special resist up, nice. What's her NP look like? I've never used Tamlin Gwaine. What does she do? Increase attack 3 turns and increase Buster card effectiveness. While on a sunlight field, we're not on a sunlight field, dude. Increase Buster card effectiveness for 3 turns. Apply strong eater state that restores HP for yourself during normal attacks. What? Removes 1 buff for a single enemy when successfully removed. Ooh. Apply incoming damage cut 3 times 3 turns for all allies. Apply a state that increases NP gauge for all allies each turn for yourself. Ooh. Whoa! I don't even know what the fuck that just happened. Whoa, big Moors. Whoops. Should not have used that. Actually, no, that works out. La Gradamente du Hain! Chat, shelter emotes. You know what to do. Yeah, how do you like the curses? Wait, remaining 8. I didn't even see there was 8 of those things. No! Gimli! They're slaughtering them.
There are still 10 large Moors to be contended with. No, more are still coming. We can't handle this many.
Those of you without iron weaponry, stand back. Do not engage. Just lure them out to one spot so I can burn them all at once.
We're trying, but these Moors aren't falling for the decoy. It's almost like they're here for something else this time.
Something else? Could it be they're after the child of prophecy? Damn, Muramasa saved her. You. No need to thank me. We're all fighting the same battle here. Now, what are you gonna do about this? Any seasoned general like you ought to know when it's time to retreat.
I hate to admit it, but he's right. I could either abandon the carts and have my soldiers retreat, or I could have the guests go on ahead. No, I am a Tam Lin. Retreating from Moors is not an option. But they refuse to cluster in any one spot, so they're clearly being wary of my Galatine.
They just destroyed that rearmost cart. What do we do, Happy Cat? Oh man, what's good having a Tam Lin around if we still have to fight ourselves? She sucks at this. Why would you give a massive amount of literally unbridled firepower to someone who's already crap at holding back? Oh well, what's done is done. No use complaining about it now. I may not like fighting, but walking all the way to Camelot would be worse. Come on, Gareth, let's go take out the little Moors and leave the big ones to the Tam Lin. Okay, I'll do my best. I've gotten more used to fighting Moors, so... Happy Cat? Are you seeing this blue streak of light? It's heading straight for us from Camelot.
That's the same light we saw at Sheffield.
Blue streak of light we saw at Sheffield. Lancelot?
Forget eliminating all of them. Retreat! Keep the carriage and the first cart and abandon the rest. Hurry! Lightning soldiers, defend the guests. Royal Guard, retrieve the luggage from the other carts. I'll keep the Moors occupied at intel.
Is it Lancelot? She just fly in? Yep.
What are you doing here, Lancelot? I didn't ask you for your help. I don't think you need my help either, but the High Queen commanded me to come. Hostiles detected. Eliminating. Stand back, Gwaine. Taking out individual targets is my area.
Oh, shit. Do we get to use Lancelot in battle now? Oh, yeah, let's go. Oh, they're just gonna let us solo everything with her. Oh my god. Just to show us how strong she is. Look how small she is, too. Does she get her NP every turn, just like she did when Mash was fighting her? Regeneration. Recover HP at the end of each turn. Innocent Lake's Light. At the end of each turn, increase NP gauge and NP strength for yourself. Fucking crazy. Oh, and she doesn't have her other skill either. Oh, she just doesn't talk at all when selecting the cards. Weird. Damn, she's not talking at all. What the fuck? She just goes straight at it. No talk, only murder. Oh, they're Avengers too. I keep forgetting the Moors are like extra class. I came here to talk and kill, and I'm all out of talking. I love how her extra attack is like a fucking Gatling gun. The battle OSTs are goated. Yeah, I love the vocals. Let's go! Head pats. Head pats for Lancelot. Whoa, she just flew out of nowhere and utterly destroyed all of them. She's like a fighter plane in fairy form.
All Moors have been destroyed. Brilliant work, Lady Lancelot. So this is what they mean when they call you the undefeated Dragon Fairy, the most beautiful Tamlin in all of Britain. I still can't believe you took out so many of those large Moors so easily.
There. I eliminated the Moors, just like High Queen Morgan told me to. I'll let you handle the escort from here, Gawain.
And she flies off as quickly as she arrived. What was she, some kind of VTOL aircraft? As if you were even capable of handling an escort mission. Don't just stand there, you fools. Start fixing the wrecked cart. If this is the best you lot can do the first day of the mission, I shudder to think of how you'll fare in the days ahead, and you can forget about resting in Oxford. I want a report from each and every one of you later on how this situation could have been prevented.
Yes, milady. My deepest apologies, Lady Gwaine.
Pathetic. I would have thought all of you together would be able to defeat at least one or two of the large Moors. I suppose this just goes to show how overly reliant you've become on us Tamlin. It seems I'll need to start re-educating the fairy soldiers like I'm doing with the humans. Oh, my apologies. I appreciate your help. Sorry again, I never did ask your name, did I? I wasn't authorized to do so. But now that you have aided us in a dangerous predicament, that is no excuse. I am Gawain. What is your name, foreign mage? My name's Max. Well met, Max. I appreciate your obvious hostility towards me. You've got spirit. I like that. Since we'll be enemies later. Alright, let's get this escort mission back on track. Oh, and I'd advise you to watch what you say in the carriage. I could easily overhear you, depending on which way the wind was blowing.
Man, I thought we were going to put up a nice inn at Oxford. but I can't believe we're still camping out here again. All right, if we can't have nice accommodations, at least we can have nice food. I'm sorry we don't have enough to share with the royal guards, but I say we have the cakes the Count gave us now. Ooh, it looks like mine's called cheesecake. Well, what's yours called, Artoria? Mine says Swiss roll? Oh, wow, it's shaped like a log. This should make it much easier to eat.
What does that mean? She just normally eats logs?
That's so thoughtful of the Count. You proper human history people are so considerate.
I guess you could say that. I'm not sure I'd agree, but yeah, why not? Is that the Tree of Emptiness in the background? That's what I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming it is when we first entered this Lostbelt. Or actually, it was before we even entered this Lostbelt. We got this screenshot, or like that with the tree in the background at the end of Lostbelt 5.2 Olympus. And I assumed at the time it was the Tree of Emptiness. Never ate a Swiss log before. Sweet yam yoken? How the hell he managed to make this here? Some tea would go real nice with this. I think I'll go down to that river and fetch some water.
Nom nom nom. What was this called again? Chiffon cake? So this is what happiness itself tastes like. I had no idea they had so many kinds of sweets these days. Oh yeah, it seems in Fairy Britain there has been a bunch of developing cake recipes. Back in Salisbury, I heard about Woodrose's restaurant chain in the south and Edinburgh's gourmet desserts in the north. But it sounds like cheesecake's the one of the kind It sounds like cheesecake is the one kind that never caught on. I wonder why. Really? But it's so yummy. It does make me a little thirsty though. It's because a big shot up in the north absolutely despises cake. It's because a big shot up in the north absolutely despises cheesecake.
Oh my god, what was her name? something. The one up in the north that's defying the queen, though. I can't remember her name. They said there was another queen. Knocknaria. Yeah, that's what it was. Knocknaria, is the other queen that's, like, defying Queen Morgan, is what they said.
It's because a big shot up in the north absolutely despises cheesecakes. She always says cheese has no place in a desert.
Dessert. Whoops.
She always says cheese has no place in a dessert, and that it has to be chocolate or nothing. Though, of course, for fairies from the south like me, chocolate is such a luxury, I don't even know what it tastes like. It costs so many mer-pounds that a low-level fairy like me can basically never afford it. What is it, Max?
I'm gonna go make a little peace offering. We have to go get chocolate for Castoria. Do you have a custom of eating sweets after a meal here?
I don't usually care for sweets. If I'm going to eat something cooked, I'd rather have meat. So no, I won't accept that. But I can see you have something to discuss. Go on, have a seat. You want to talk to me about Lancelot, right? Very well, then ask me anything you wish to. Actually, I wanted to ask about you. I see. You're trying to figure out my true name, huh? Pointless, but I can at least respect your willingness to try anything you can. Come to think of it, I still haven't properly thanked you for your help earlier today, have I? Come, sit. If you wish to talk, I can indulge you for a short while. I manifested in Britain 400 years ago. I was meant to be the next generation, the successor of an upper-class Fang clan fairy in Norwich. Except that I didn't look anything like my predecessor. Even though I'm a Fang clan fairy, I was born resembling a Wind clan one. No, if anything, I look like a human. Some suspected I might be a changeling. Others said I was a curse from a battle against the Moors that took place 600 years ago. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know the truth, and I don't care either. I earned the honor of becoming a Tamlin when I ended the Caterpillar War. Up until that point, the title of Tamlin had been sealed away for 1800 years of... Up until that point, the title of Tamlin had been sealed away for all 1800 years of the High Queen's reign. In case you don't know, the Tamlin title origin originally belonged to the retainers of Ash, who was said to be Britain's savior in the fairy era. The first Tamlin was called... I'm sorry. I actually can't remember their name. At any rate, they met their end in Orkney. After that, the Queen forbade naming of more Tamlin. The first Tamlin was called... They can't remember their name. But at any rate, they met their end in Orkney. After that, the Queen forbade the naming of more Tamlin. So there was... Okay, so there was an original Tamlin. There was only one Tamlin, it sounds like. Or wait, the Tamlin title was originally belonged to the retainers of Ash, who was said to be Britain's savior in the Fay era. Yeah, no, I knew that. I did... Oh, well, this is new information. The Tamlin were the retainers of Ash, I guess. The first Tamlin was called... They can't remember their name. Or maybe when she says they don't mean the first Tamlin, they mean all the Tamlin. The Tamlin met their end in Orkney, and after that the Queen forbade the naming of more Tamlin. Okay. But she decided to revoke her own seal to exterminate the endless spawning caterpillars. Thus, I was gifted the name Sir Gawain, which is said to be the name of a knight of the Round Table of a foreign land. Which was 200 years ago, which if my prediction about the 2,000 years ago when Morgan came to power, being the start of the Cosmos and the Lostbelt arc, and 2,000 years ago here was actually only 2 years here for us in the real world. 200 years ago could have been, we could have been in the 5th Lostbelt 200 years ago. Like at the start of the 5th Lostbelt or some shit. And at that point, Morgan obviously would have known about the outside world
200 years ago in this Lostbelt. And so she could have found out about the Knights of the Round Table and then started naming her own knights after the Knights of the Round Table.
Thus, I was gifted the name Sir Gawain, which is said to be the name of a Knight of the Round Table of a foreign land, and gained the means to strengthen my horn. My galatine, I believe you call it a noble phantasm. While I'm confident it is every bit as equal as Sir Gawain's original, I'm just as confident that I can't hold a candle to the real Sir Gawain, the Knight of the Round Table from proper human history.
That sounded pretty significant. Huh. I didn't think she would have so much respect for the Knights of the Round Table.
But never mind. I shouldn't be talking about the Round Table. I'm told it's creepy when I do so for some reason. Let's see, what else can we talk about? I know. Let's talk about the war against the Moors. This war took place a millennium ago, along with one of the great calamities during the 1000th year of the era of the High Queen, so 1,000 years ago. It was a time when the Moors had a king and an army and waged war against the High Queen and 5 of the 6 clans. Apparently, this king was something of an odd duck. He never attacked fairies or killed humans. All he cared for was fire and lightning. He would gleefully destroy anything, and then only for the joy of watching it burn. He reduced cities and forests to cinders, razed the ground before him, and summoned rain clouds just to hear their thunder. Some fairies called him the Storm King, at least until the High Queen forbade anyone from speaking that name. Isn't that Artoria Altar? Artoria Lancer Altar, isn't that the Storm King? Monka, I don't actually remember that. If I'm not mistaken, Lancer Artoria Altar is called the Storm King, right? Or King of the Storms, yeah. Might be someone else. Yeah, this is a Lostbelt after all. True. I thought, I'll have to, maybe after this node, I'll go into Artoria Lancer Artoria. Oh my god, that's such a fucking long. Is it Lartoria Altar? Lartoria Altar's lore is actually super fucking significant, and I can't remember what it says, but if I'm not mistaken, I thought she like led the Fae. I'll have to go back into her bio and look, but I thought she had like some significance with the Fae. Nasu doesn't remember Lalter.
Some fairies called him the Storm King, at least until the High Queen forbade anyone from speaking that name. The war against the Moors king lasted for decades, until finally, the Fang clan brought it to an end. Woodwose, a fairy who had recently succeeded the previous head of the Fang clan at the time, was the one who dealt the final blow. And so the great calamity, the king of the Moors who feasted on magical energy, was defeated before the Fang clan. However, it's said that with his dying breath, the king cast a curse upon the Fang clan. A curse? What kind of curse? The fairy-eating black dogs. It was only after the king of the Moors vanished that the black dogs began to roam around fairy Britain. However, they also eat Moors, so they're not just harmful. There are even some squads who train black dogs and use them in Moors hunts. Mine is one of them, in fact. Have you ever heard the epithet, the Black Dog Duchess? It refers to me. Even now, after I've become a Tamlin, I'm still called a black dog. I don't blame them, though. After all, I eat everything, including fairies and humans. Huh? Can we get a huh in chat? Oh, now you're scared of me? So you had no idea who you were trying to get information. So you had no idea you were trying to get information out of a woman feared throughout fairy Britain as a monster? Well, worry not. I would never eat you. I only consume the strong.
I'm unusual for a fairy. What I eat makes me stronger. In fact, I can inherit any unusual powers or abilities from the fairies I eat that they may possess, though with limits on capacity and compatibility. And right now, I'm still full on foul weather, the great Earth Clan fairy. I needed his sacrament for the Caterpillar War. It was crucial. But he had holed up in his fortress in Cornwall and refused to come out. Oh! She's the one that killed the king in Cornwall that I thought was, or that I was predicting was, Oberon, but I guess that's not the case because it sounds like she ate him. I needed his sacrament for the Caterpillar War. It was crucial, but he had holed up in his fortress in Cornwall and refused to come out. So I challenged him to a duel, defeated him, and devoured him. Alright, I think that's enough time spent relaxing after dinner. Go back to your camp now. Wait, but didn't he cast a curse on the land that was the mist afterwards? I thought that was why the mist or the fog was there that took people's memories. Thanks for talking to me. I thought you'd be the more strong and silent type, but I'm glad I was wrong. I'm used to talking with humans. In fact, my current husband is a human. Really? Well, I say he's my husband, but he's neither a romantic partner nor a future meal. He's just a guest I'm putting up in my mansion while he recuperates. Who could that be? Still, you do remind me of him, in both your lack of fear and your innocent curiosity. Alright, back to your camp now. My soldiers and I will take turns keeping watch. Don't stay up too late. We'll be setting out early tomorrow morning. Aw. Tamlin Gwaine, kinda nice. The Singing Fairies. Forgive us, no more prayers, close your eyes. There's not much fun time left. The veil has fallen, extinguish the light. Today is ending. Farewell, this day too will end forever. Forgive us our sins. It's too late to do anything now, but make sure everything is cleaned up. There it is again. It's that song again. This is what the fairies in the forest were singing when it was nighttime. These fairies are singing it too. Sundere Gwen, yeah. The Giant Hole, west.
小さなことからコツ
We're passing the Giant Hole, chat. Have I seen the 6.1 PB? I don't think so. I've probably seen snippets of it in like either clips or GIFs. 2 days after leaving Norwich, day 30 in Fairy Britain. 30 days in, baby. Whoa. So that's Fairy Britain's Camelot.
I've seen it from the other side of the pit before. It's definitely impressive, isn't it? So that part we were seeing from Oxford must have only been the back of the castle. I thought it looked more like a wall than a castle, but now it looks more properly royal. It's got one urban area around the main gate and another one inside the ramparts. I'm guessing that's to separate the general populace from the upper crust?
Don't let that gate fool you. The side facing the pit is actually the castle's front.
Really? So that big fancy gate is actually the back gate?
Oh no, that's the main gate. Sorry for confusing you, Gareth. There's no way into the castle from the pit. You've got to go through the gate to get inside.
What about fairies who can fly? Couldn't they just zip inside?
Nah, it ain't that simple. There's a magecraft barrier around the front of the castle, the side facing the pit. If you've ever fallen in there yourself, you'll see there's a ton of gun ports all along Camelot's walls. And you don't usually put cannons behind a castle, right? So we can be pretty sure the side facing the pit is the front. So that would mean, so if Morgan's not worried about an attack from the main gate, then she's worried about an attack from the pit? Max! Queen's glaring at something up north. Whatever it is, she's obviously upset about it. You're friends now, right? Go on, ask her what it is. Okay. She's being really insistent about this. What is it, Max? Are you suddenly having second thoughts about entering Camelot? It's not that. You're wondering what's got me so upset? Can't you see it for yourself? That's Nocnaria's army up north. Nocnaria? Where? I don't see her anywhere. Ah, right, you're too short, aren't you? What a shame. Well, no matter, it's none of your concern anyway. Are you kidding? Of course it is! Come on, Max, let me stand on your shoulders. Roger Bit isn't here now, so you'll have to do. Whoa there, hang on. Before you go through all that trouble, how about using one of my handy-dandy gadgets first? Here, a spyglass. This'll let you see as far as Gwaine can. Now, take a look at those plains up north and you'll see some really intense glares pointing this way. Huh? Oh, I'm gonna get jump scared. Oh, wow! I can see super far with this. Thanks, Da Vinci. Try turning the dial to the side. It's set for 5 kilometers right now. But if you crank it to the 4th notch, you can set it to 20 kilometers. There, see them? There's a ton of fairies gathered in those plains. That must be the northern army of that other queen we've been hearing so much about, Nocnaria of the King Clan. That's her army! It's not just the Fang and Earth Clan fairies. There are also lots of soldiers with masks. Are those giants? They got giants there? That's right. Nocnaria rules bestows power and wealth upon all who swear fealty to her. It's the opposite of Gloucester and Murian. However, that effect only works on Nocnaria herself, when Nocnaria herself is nearby. I see. So if she wants her troops to be effective, she can't be far from them. Go on, Max, try looking a little further ahead. See that huge carriage? The one that looks like a small fortress? There's a fairy standing on top of it looking down at us from there. And even though this is your first time seeing her, I think you'll agree that there's no mistaking who this Northern Queen is. Let me see. Hey, yo. Yeah, she does look kind of familiar. Well, that's definitely a very Celtic bodysuit. Mommy. Whoa, that's Maeve, the queen of... Oh, how do you say it? Connacht? I fought in America. I'd recognize that face anywhere. It's Maeve! Huh? Maeve? You mean there's a fairy just like her in your world too? Wait, why is she staring at you instead of me? Did you do something to upset her, Max? 20 kilometers away or not, I can't believe she brought her troops all the way out here. Isn't this obviously a hostile act towards Queen Morgan? Nocnaria and her forces are still within her territory. She claims she's only running military exercises in preparation for the Great Calamity. 10 days ago, she was conducting those exercises 40 kilometers away. Now that Sheffield has fallen, she's closed the distance and come further down south. She must have 30,000 troops there. That's not just a threat, it's a preparation for an all-out war. How the hell does she keep them all fed? Oh right, fairies don't need to eat. No, we don't. Unlike humans, that's one of Nocnaria's army's defining characteristics. She despises humans and won't even use them as combat against Moors. She envisions a Britain run by and for fairies alone, with her as its sole monarch. Damn. A Britain just for fairies? With her as its sole monarch? That both does and doesn't sound like something Maeve would say. That said, she won't be sending her troops here any further. She has no definitive reason to challenge the High Queen, nor much chance of a success if she tries. The Northern Fairies have been incited to a rebellion against the High Queen several times before. Each time they find themselves retreating north with their tails tucked firmly between their legs. This time will be no different. All right, that's enough idle chatter. Let's go. We're about to pass through the main gate. From now on, I suggest you remain sharper than ever.
So this is Camelot's castle town. It's even bigger than Salisbury and even fancier than Gloucester. You can tell that only upper-class fairies live here. The mana in the air here is like nowhere else in Britain. And the castle keep over there must have been where they keep the existence taxes, the magical energy they extract from every fairy in Britain through command spells. I've heard stories about it, but this is way beyond what I was expecting. No wonder they're not worried about Nocturia's army out there. It has to be a benefit. It has to be way beneath their notice. Trying to take Morgan on now? Someone would have to be crazy to do it. I guess Bogart must have never set foot in here before. If he had never thought to rebel. Then again, maybe he knew that what he was up against and decided to press on anyway. I thought I saw some writing on the gate when we went through it. Did anyone else see that, or happen to catch what it said? I did. It said, "Only those free of sin may pass," in Old English.
Uh-oh. Chat, I feel like we're walking into a trap.
But I also noticed that it has been painted over with red, like someone didn't agree with it.
This is as far as we go by carriage. The royal castle lies just up ahead. Only the child of prophecy and the foreign mage have been granted an audience with the High Queen. So, let me just mention it, just in case anyone doesn't understand why I kind of monka-esque there. When we walked in through the castle gates, it said, "Only those free of sin may pass." That is the same message that was written on the gate that Merlin passed through in the Garden of Avalon story. And when he passed through the gates, the the Tower of Avalon that Merlin gets stuck in is like crafted around him and traps him in there for all eternity. And so the only other time we've heard "only those free of sin may pass" is right before Merlin walks through the gate and gets trapped for all eternity in Avalon. So kind of monka-esque. Oh yeah, it's part of his NP too, huh? Only the child of prophecy and the foreign mage have been granted an audience with the High Queen, so the rest of you have to stay behind. You'll be treated as attendants of the honored guests. Oh? Meaning what exactly? You see the Royal Hotel across the way? We have arranged for you to relax there while you wait. I will make the arrangements for you all to reconvene once the meeting is concluded. However, your name is Da Vinci, yes? You seem like an intelligent servant. As a human, the foreign mage will surely need an advisor. You may accompany him as that role.
Oh, good. I was planning on tagging along regardless, but this makes things much easier. We may be on opposing sides, but I appreciate your consideration, Tamlin Gwaine. Okay, Gareth, Muramasa, Habitrot, you heard the lady. You guys will have to stay here and wait for us. Don't worry, you've seen how well ordered the Queen's army is over there the last 2 days. Morgan is obviously even more a stickler for rules than we thought. The three of us won't be in any danger if we face her. The three of us won't be in any danger even if we face her alone. We'll be safe for at least as long as we're in Camelot, regardless of how the meeting goes.
I'm not surprised. I did break into the castle my first time here. I didn't expect them to invite me in. Anyway, good luck in there, Artoria. Don't get so carried away you end up saying something you regret, alright? You too, Max. Watch your partner's back, you understand?
I can't say I'm not worried, but strangely I do agree that it feels like you'll be safe. Okay, we'll be waiting for you here. Be careful, Artoria, and good luck. I'm fine with this arrangement too. I'm not interested in Morgan anyway. I'm just here to keep an eye on things until Max and Mash are reunited.
Okay, let's do this thing. Let's go, Artoria. Nodders. Is looking at Maeve's thighs a sin? Yeah, we might have done that. We got a good ass view. long-ass node. Ooh. We are entering. I can't believe it took us almost an hour to get up the stairs to the throne room. So this is Camelot's castle keep, the Queen's throne room. Stair.
Kneel, present, worship, submit. Emissaries of the throne, cease your breathing. 30 ambassadors, 100 officials, close your mouths. You are in the presence of the High Queen Morgan, the king who expands our boundaries and upon whose shoulders all of Britain rests. Revel in her glory. Know this, child of prophecy. Know this, foreign mage. This meeting is a sign of the High Queen's grace and amnesty.
Thank you. It is so very good for you all to come, even without a formal invitation. My ambassadors and officials are now commanded to be silent until this meeting ends, or I order otherwise. The only people present permitted to speak are myself, my guests, and me, Barrel Gut, the Queen's hubby. Sorry, fancy fairies.
Barrel Gut, so he really is here in Camelot. And did he say he's Morgan's husband?
Hey there, Max and friends. I haven't seen you all since Olympus. Why the look of surprise? Hey now, don't tell me Mash didn't tell you I'm Morgan's beau. If you're here, then does this mean Queen Morgan is... Right? As a master yourself, of course that's where your mind goes, right, Max? Yep, it's true. I admit it. I am Morgan's master. The partner of the High Queen who rules over the land of the Fae. But that doesn't make any sense. I have to watch what I say in front of the Queen. Sure it does, and it's true. I mean, yeah, she's so far out of my league I haven't had a hard time believing it myself, but facts are facts. Artoria, I give you permission to approach. Raise your head.
Okay.
I see. It appears you truly are the child of prophecy, and you must be the foreign mage. The master of Chaldea, seeking so desperately to restore what you call proper human history. Yes, that's me. Your efforts in Norwich, though commendable, were unnecessary. Still, you did well, eliminating the calamity. I will therefore reward you accordingly. Typically, I would compensate you in the currency of my realm. However, I understand the source of your magical energy. Is spatial magical energy occupying values you refer to as QP, which are derived by viewing magical elements as particles, correct? I trust 100 million of these should suffice. Take them. 100 million? That's not nearly enough. I go through that shit so fast.
That much? And wait, does this mean you have QP mint here?
Of course not. I will simply create them myself by using your own Magecraft system's methods. I have nothing more to say. If there is nothing else you wish to discuss, then our business is concluded. Artoria, Max, if either of you would ask questions of me, now is the time. But be warned, though you are my guests, careless words may cost you that status and the protection it affords. Artoria's withering under her gaze. Not that I can blame her. Looks like it's up to me to speak up first. So, you will speak up first then? Very well. You are indeed brave. Tell me, conqueror of 5 Lostbelts, what is it you want? Chaldea's goal is to resolve the bleached earth phenomenon. Yes, I am aware of the situation in the outside world. Beryl Gut has informed me. But there's been another anomaly detected in this Lostbelt that we needed to resolve first. Oh? What sort of anomaly?
Using an ability similar to Einzel's ability of prophecy, we've observed a future depicting a cataclysmic collapse. We don't yet know what causes this collapse or how it will actually happen, but if it isn't stopped, it'll spread across all of Britain and ultimately destroy the entire planet itself. That's why Chaldea came here to Fairy Britain. We need to investigate this collapse and prevent it from ever happening. Now that the Tree of Emptiness is gone, we have no quarrel with this Lostbelt. Our goal is to stop the world's collapse. That's all.
I see. So you have come here not to conquer our world, but to save it? Is that all? We also want a divine construct we can use against the foreign god.
That's right. We were hoping to acquire the Sacred Lance Rogue de Myliad, the incredibly powerful spell you cast at Olympus. We would like you to provide it to us either...
Oh my god.
We would like you to provide us with either a mystic code that lets us use the spell ourselves, or the Magecraft theory we can use to recreate it.
Or whoops, they're whispering. Olympus? Foreign god? What in the world are those outsiders talking about?
And how can they be so reckless, making a demand of the High Queen, of all people?
Heh, yes. I know the weapon you seek. I also believe you when you say you have come to save Britain. And so I will say this to you. You and your proper human history will come to a miserable end. This collapse you have observed will be the result of me expanding my territory. I shall be the one to put a true and final end to your history. I would never willingly surrender my divine construct to you, my mortal enemy. Max, arrogant child. To save your world, you will have to defeat me. What you call proper human history cannot be saved otherwise.
Is that your way of declaring war on us, Queen Morgan?
Proper human history and my realm can never coexist. If you wish to save your world, you will have to win it from me.
Man, I really thought she would be willing to listen. Now we have to fight her after all?
That goes for you too, Artoria, accursed child of Anzel's prophecy. The year's end will bring a great calamity. It shall once again destroy every fairy in Britain. But fairies do not learn, ever. No matter how many times they die, they will always be born anew. As long as my castle remains intact, Fairy Britain shall always be reborn, even should all of Britain burn.
Your Majesty, are you saying you'll only protect your kingdom, not the citizens?
Yes, I offer fairies no salvation. I shall defend my land, nothing more. With all the magical energy I have stored in this throne, I have nothing to fear from the great calamity. Furthermore, only a chosen fairy can sit this throne. You are neither like other fairies nor that foreign mage. You have been chosen. You are neither a rebel nor an invader. You are the Staff of Selection's chosen wielder. By accepting my invitation, you have proven yourself the true child of prophecy. You, and you alone, have the right to bring me to justice, fairy sent from paradise. Even should you fill oceans with the blood you shed in battle against me, you would be innocent of sin. What the fuck is she talking about? She said, by accepting my invitation, you have proven yourself the true child of prophecy. You and you alone have the right to bring me to justice. Fairy sent from paradise. Her noble phantasm, I've always kind of figured, is her pulling, because it's like pulling the sword from the stone, except it's the Staff of Selection. And with all the flowers on the ground in her noble phantasm, it kind of looks like Avalon. And Avalon is also known as paradise. So, and Castoria is kind of weird in this Lostbelt. She must just straight be from Avalon. I wonder if that's what the hole is. The hole that Camelot is around. Maybe that hole, like, literally just leads straight to fucking Avalon. I don't know. Because we also know that remember Oberon was telling us about Oberon was telling us how there, in this Lostbelt, there are, remember, oh my god, what were they called in the notes? It was the notes moment. What were the race of people called in notes that were like augmented humans? It's the hole in Made in Abyss. The A-rays, yeah. They mentioned the A-rays in this Lostbelt and how the A-rays are the true fairies, right? And there are a lot of the Fae in this Lostbelt that are created just from like imagination are fake Fae. And I have a feeling that's why the humans need to be around, because the humans kind of like wish them into reality with their imaginations, maybe? And Oberon was saying how those are like the fake Fae, and how the true ones are like the elementals, which are essentially servants but for the world, right? Like Yume Ren. Yume Ren was an elemental. And that's what like a true fairy is. And so I wonder if Morgan has like all the guns facing the hole, and when like she exiles anyone by throwing them into the hole, it could just be straight to Avalon, and she's worried about any true fairies coming out of the hole. And so if any true fairies come out of the hole, she just like guns them down immediately. Because it sounded like they had just a bunch of cannons lining the hole, just ready to shoot anything that crawls out of it. You and you alone have the right to bring me to justice, fairy sent from paradise. Even should you fill oceans with the blood you shed in battle against me, you would be innocent of sin. If you wish to save Britain, you must defeat me and claim the throne for yourself. Go then, fulfill that absurd prophecy if you can. You should know better than anyone that you have no choice. Then it would seem our discussion has concluded. Am I pleased we now have an understanding of each other? I know, right? Who wants a nice peaceful resolution where everyone goes home buddy-buddy with no bloodshed? So, on that note, you guys were stupid enough to come here with nothing more than faith in people's innate goodness and honor, and now your negotiations have completely broken down. You didn't really think you could leave here without a fight, right? Of course not. Max, Artoria, get behind me. I thought this might happen. Be silent. Oh. Barrel, unintelligible screaming. Even now, these are my honored guests. I will permit not so much as a hair on their heads to come to harm, nor will I allow even an insult to their pride, until they have left Camelot. Translation, you've got to be shitting me. Forgive my husband's insolence, child. Daughter of Tintagel, so long as you remain Artoria, I shall not recognize you as my enemy. As long as the bells of pilgrimage remain unrung, my lords are forbidden from attacking any of you. However, if she does start ringing the bells and officially declares herself the child of prophecy, then, and only then, shall I name her along with my Chaldea. With your Chaldea, my enemies, and marshal my armies against you. I therefore advise you to think carefully before beginning a war you cannot possibly win. Now, stand down. I am certain there is nothing left to say. Or is there? Where did you take Mash? Mash? What is that? That's the name of our companion, the one you swallowed up with the spell you usually use to get rid of the calamities. She is a demi-servant with the spirit origin of Galahad, the Shield Knight. Since you named your Tamlin after the other Knights of the Round Table, I'm sure you must know that name too. I see. That explains it. Yes, I hold your knight captive. Where is she? I see no reason I should tell you. She is my trophy. But I can assure you she is alive and well. No one can harm her, not even me. Huh? You better have not thrown her in the pit. Morgan, what the fuck is a mash?
慣れた頃ほど
Alright, I wanted to... Let me look at the Storm King, or the King of the Storms. Alright, we're at 90, that's right. There you are. The legendary King Arthur of the Round Table. In reality, she's a beautiful young girl, every bit as noble and pure as the legends say. While renowned for her sacred sword, her sacred spear is powerful as well, making it possible for her to manifest as a lancer. Also, it is possible for her to manifest in the form seen here, a merciless, lance-wielding king of the knights, tainted by the Grail. Whoop! Oh, I only have her at Bond, almost Bond 3, so some of this stuff's gonna be locked. There are multiple theories as to her weight and shape as a lancer. Also, when appearing as a lancer, she always rides a horse. In her alternative form, she rides the horse. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Spear that shines to the end of the world, a sacred spirit also known as Ron, whose true form supposedly connects the two sides of the world. When releasing its true name, both rank and type change. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, the lore of Lartoria Altar is really interesting. I remember reading it like a long time ago, and I thought it had to do with the Fae, which was really interesting. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm just misremembering. She leads the Wild Hunt? Yeah, what was the Wild Hunt? That's what I thought too. I thought it had something to do with the Fae. The meeting in a nutshell, Morgan. Ayo, thanks for killing that thing in Norwich, but y'all are pussy-ass bitches. Fuck you and everything you stand for. You are garbage and you will always be garbage. Here's $1 million, now fuck off. Gouda, can I have my eggplant back? Morgan, no. Gouda, okay. Yeah, pretty much. Wild Hunt is basically the English myth taking over the world. Oh. Did it have anything to do with the Fae? I thought it had something to do with the Fae. All right. Well, we're fucked. Now what? Well, we made it back outside the castle safely, but at least we have a small lead on MASH now, I guess, but...
Yeah, it wasn't much of a discussion, was it? She basically just told us we're enemies and then threatened to show us no mercy if we dared to defy her. Yep, can't say it was a very productive talk. We know now that Morgan definitely sees proper human history as her enemy. And we know now that MASH is safe, but being kept in captivity somewhere. But that's just confirmation on some things we already at least suspected. I didn't see anything that could give us any kind of clue as to how we could possibly beat her in a fight.
We didn't learn anything useful about the divine construct either.
Actually, we did make just a bit of progress there. Remember that atrium in the throne room? The one overlooking the pit? Well, I noticed a distinct magical energy pattern nearby. It was very similar to the Lion King's in the Sixth Singularity. That confirms for me that Morgan has Rogdemiliad on her hand in weaponized form. And not just one or two of them either. She must have at least 10 in place around Camelot's main gate.
Huh?
And with that many of them on hand, she must have already used them several times here before. So we can assume that the one she threw at Olympus must have been just one of several she had at the ready. It would have been great if she had been willing to sell us just one of them, but it pretty clearly was not an option. So now that the only way for us to complete the initial objective of acquiring the divine construct for ourselves is to defeat Morgan.
Well, we definitely have our work cut out for us, don't we?
Still, at least we made our way there safe and sound, so we also know that Queen Morgan is true to her word. True, but with Morgan herself and all of Camelot might be so stuffed with magical energy it's downright chilling. But she was also adamant about upholding the laws she set as queen. She didn't even listen to Beryl when he tried to break them. I know, Max. That only makes it all the more mysterious. Beryl said that he was Morgan's master, and if that is true, it would make her a servant. But it can't be true because she's been ruling Fairy Britain for the last 2,000 years.
But time works differently here. Time is super slow. So 2,000 years ago could have been the start of the cosmos in the Lostbelt story arc, for all we know.
Beryl couldn't have come to this Lostbelt any sooner than the end of 2019, just like all the other cryptors.
Not true.
Obviously, Morgan would have already been the queen of this land by then, but she couldn't possibly have so he couldn't possibly have summoned her as a servant. So the question is he lying about that, or is he being made to believe it? Either way, we need a lot more information before we can draw any conclusions. Oh hey, they're back! Guys, over here! Welcome back, Artoria and Max. So, how'd the audience go? Oh, what was Queen Morgan really like? Was she terrifying? Was she strong? Was she really 10 meters tall? I mean, anyone who could take on Tristan as a daughter must eat nothing but other fairies, right? Well, she definitely seemed like a queen. Cut that out, Gareth. Can't you see the Child of Prophecy is doing her best not to spoil your fun? The truth is, the queen was completely ordinary. Right, Artoria? Isn't that what you want to say? Huh? I can tell. I'm an expert at reading fair maidens' minds, after all. Don't worry, Artoria. It's okay to be yourself.
I don't know much about how you maidens think, but being yourself is good advice. Deep down, you're a stubborn shrew with a fierce competitive streak, right? If anything, you were probably thinking something like, the queen? I could take her any day of the week. Give me 1,000 years and I'd probably be way stronger than her.
I wasn't thinking anything of the sort. And couldn't you at least make it 100 years?
She was the queen of all time.
Guess we won't be getting a cushy carriage escort back to Norwich, especially after they basically kicked us out of town. I wasn't expecting the way out to be easy, but now that it's time to go, it's looking harder than ever. If they'd just given us at least one carriage, we could have had a nice, comfortable ride back to... Huh?
Oberon and Red Ribbit, yep. Oh, hello. Fancy running into all of you here. I was out taking our new carriage out for a test drive, and I just happened to find myself in Camelot. Seems like fate to me. Go on then, get in, don't be shy. Oberon, you sly dog. You were totally aiming for this, weren't you? Yep, I figured you'd be finishing up right about now. I take it your audience with the Queen is all done now? I'd love to hear all about it, but first, we could probably get going before our presence here gives the Queen's armies any ideas. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to see you haven't been tempted by any other carriages. Say hello to our new and improved carriage. It's now got 6 passenger seats and 2 sleeping berths. With this bad boy, I can promise you more comfortable journeys around Britain more than ever. You'll see, they don't call me Redra Homestretch Bit for nothing.
That's great to hear about the carriage, but why are you all glammed up too?
Once I told the fairies of Norwich I was one of the Child of Prophecy's attendants, they were all delighted to absolutely pamper me. The Earth-clad fairies whipped up this armor for me during the celebration.
I see. Well, that's nice. I just hope you're ready to pay for it yourself.
You love the retro bit voice? That's the one I did for Red Hair in Lostbelt 3. I love him so much. Oh, was that it? Did we do all the missions? Oh, we did. We did all the... We had 1 day left for those Saint Quartz. I got all the extra Saint Quartz. Let's go. All right, let's finish up section 10. Excuse me. And that's how our audience with Morgan ended. Well, she certainly didn't mince words, did she? Morgan is eager for this fight. I'd hoped there might be some way to broker peace if Chaldea and the Child of Prophecy met with her together, but she obviously never had any intention of giving up her throne to the Child of Prophecy, the true king. And that's not all. Morgan doesn't even plan on saving Britain. She said she was going to expand her territory and destroy the outside world, right? I was already pretty sure that was her plan, but I didn't know she planned on pulling it off. But after hearing about your meeting, I think I've got it. She's going to use the Great Calamity herself. How so? What do you mean? Remember the water mirror spell she used at Norwich? That's what she's used to get rid of the calamities so far. Isn't that right, Habitrot?
Yep, she doesn't usually break it out on that massive of a scale, but that teleportation spell's one of her go-tos.
So, even if Mash and Max hadn't gone to such extraordinary lengths, she would have still made the calamity disappear. Or rather, she would have made it her own. I think Morgan's been trying to acquire the calamities for herself. And if she is, that must mean she's been able to harness their magical energy and use it as her own. That's the magical energy she's going to use to overwrite Max's world, proper human history, and make it her territory. She's going to take the curse meant to destroy the world of fairies and use it to destroy the world of humans. That's her plan. She's not going to stop the Great Calamity. She wants it to happen.
So, instead of getting rid of the Great Calamity, she's going to use it as a weapon? Even though she has more than enough power to banish it, like she did in Norwich? But that would mean only the fairies inside of Camelot would survive.
Now that you mention it, those upper-class fairies in Camelot all look down on the other cities. I even heard them say stuff like the only fairies worth anything are those from Camelot with a straight face. They've completely bought the whole privileged class nonsense the Queen fed them. I'm sure they just think of the Child of Prophecy as an irritant. I know the Queen said she wouldn't consider us her enemy until we ring the bells of pilgrimage, but she's also married to Beryl, right? It's a good thing Oberon showed up with the carriage when she did, cause there's no telling when he might have sent troops after us.
You said it. First things first, we should put some distance between us and Camelot. We can figure out our next course of action after that. If nothing else, we know exactly what we have to do now, if we're going to save Britain and our world. And MASH. We're going to have to defeat Morgan.
Morgan, how about we take this calamity and push it somewhere else? True. Oberon's idea is basically what Wodan recommended Ophelia do with Schuttner. I can't even remember. To sick it on the other to essentially push it or like use it as a weapon on the other Lostbelts, essentially, yeah. That's essentially what they're doing with the calamity, right? Several hours after the meeting at the emptied... Oh, this is several hours after the meeting in the emptied throne room. Still no sign of movement from the pit. That is concerning. That aside, a great calamity that comes every 1,000 years, The sheer idiocy of these fairies never ceases to amaze me. At least it is useful. I will use whatever I must to erase proper human history forever. Oh, wait, the foreign priestess is still here. Okay. So there's been... I know we kind of had the theory after we learned that there was a theory floating around after Olga Marie? Is that her name? After Olga was became the vessel for the foreign god, I know there were people saying that they thought the foreign priestess might have been like Olga the whole time, and somehow that got used as like the vessel for the foreign god, and that's how the foreign god came to be. But obviously that's definitely not the case now, because it's the foreign priestess is still right here. Interesting. Still not talking though, but the foreign priestess was able to talk to the gods that died in Olympus, which was interesting. That was the only time we've seen the foreign priestess talk so far, was it spoke to the gods as they were dying. which is interesting. You again. You know that merely observing will resolve nothing. If you are truly the foreign god's priestess, you should at least try to kill me. Though of course that assassination attempt by the disciple of the foreign god did not go so well for him. No servant comprised of a heroic spirit from proper human history can hope to match my Tam Lin. If you will do nothing but stand there and watch me, then do not show yourself. I tire of looking at you. If there is something you wish to say to me, then speak as he did. Oh, wait, what? He's here too. I totally thought this guy was just gonna go straight to Lostbelt 7. So we still don't know the identity of this guy, but after Lostbelt 5.1, we haven't seen him since then. My prediction was that it is either Gaetia possessing Roman's body, or like a combination of similar to how the foreign god is a combination of Beast 7, Olga Mary's body, and the foreign god. This thing could be a combination of Roman, our Roman, because it looks like him, Solomon, and Gaetia, but the way this character spoke to us sounds a lot like Gaetia. So, but he looks like Roman, so we're not too entirely sure. Sorry to interrupt your chat. I would have knocked, but there's no door here. Of course not. Why would I welcome guests merely because they come knocking? I do have a waiting room, though, had you cared to use it. You mean the ghost ward below? It is majestic, but unnecessary. I don't have time to wait. I'm neither omnipotent nor a talented mage like yourself. I'm just an ordinary man, capable of nothing but ordinary work. Truthfully, I should be avoiding places like this where I have no business in the first place. He says he's an ordinary man, but he stopped fucking... what's his name? Wodime. He stopped Wodime's fucking meteor strike from killing us, so there's no way you're an ordinary person. Shut the fuck up. Truthfully, I should be avoiding places like this where I have no business in the first place. Your actions defy comprehension. You are clearly from Chaldea. You are on the side of proper human history. While the foreign god means to wipe the slate of human history clean, I could end up destroying it before she even gets the chance. Is that not why you are here? To stop me? No. If you can really destroy it, then go ahead. What? True. If left to your own devices, I'm sure you would indeed destroy this planet and erase humanity. And that is preferable to the foreign god achieving her goal. Your goal is to wipe out proper human history so you can expand the land of the Fae and rule it as its queen. Oh, wow. So this guy, the Chaldean, says that Morgan's goal of wiping out proper human history so that she can expand the land of the Fae and rule as its queen is preferable, in his opinion, than whatever the foreign god's plan is. Wow. We still don't know what the foreign god's plan is and why the pruned theoretical phenomenon, or not the pruned theoretical phenomenon, that's why the Lostbelts exist, the bleached earth phenomenon. The reason why that happened, we still have no idea. But it's all part of the foreign god's plan, and it seems like the Chaldean knows what the foreign god's plan is, which would make sense because Gaetia, the whole reason for part 1 and Gaetia's plan originally was to stop the foreign god, right? Or to prevent it from happening, to prevent that end. He wanted to destroy the concept of death from humanity, which is why the whole part 1 happened. And so, yeah, this has got to be Gaetia. And so Gaetia knows what the foreign god's plan is and thinks that Morgan's plan is preferable than the foreign god's plan, which is interesting. What's up, Mist? State of the Game in JJK episode 5 today. Let's go. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Gaetia, probably. Oh, but you see, Wodime is just an ordinary man as well. God damn it. Brodime. Destiny is so saved. We are so back. Oh god, how many more times are we going to say that? Your goal is to wipe out proper human history so you can expand the land of the Fae and rule as its queen. I can't approve of your goal or your approach to pursuing it, but I do respect what you've accomplished. So I will neither try to interfere with your plans nor lend Chaldea my aid. If you should succeed in rendering this planet a lifeless husk, I have no objection. If you are not here to interfere, then why have you come? You claimed you have no time to waste, did you not? I came to see what you've created here. It deserves at least that much. You saw the Tree of Emptiness for what it really was, and instead of fearing it, you used it yourself. You grasped Chaldea's summoning system instantly and made it your own. Those are truly exceptional accomplishments. There are scant few who have even approached your level of godlike genius. Now do you understand, High Queen Morgan? I came here to praise you. I cannot imagine there is anyone else willing to, or able to give you the accolades you deserve. Your estimation of my magecraft skills means nothing to me. If anything, it sounds snide. Now if that is all you have to say, then leave. This world is soon to be mine. There will be no place in it for either the foreign god or a beast. I know. This was the last chance to intervene anyway. Even if I did try to get in your way now, it wouldn't change anything. If my aim were to stop what is happening here, I have come 2,000 years too late. Your history is perfect, your script is complete. While you did make a mistake with Tristan, your victory is still close at hand. As one who has stood in this very position, I wanted to applaud you and the path you've taken. Oh, it's totally Gaetia. They haven't said it yet, but that's totally Gaetia. In my estimation, neither the Child of Prophecy nor the Master of Chaldea have any hope of defeating you. Though, of course, we're a third player who has yet to show themselves to intervene. That could change things considerably. Who could that be? Sussy Oberon. I'm calling that third player's totally Oberon. Or maybe, what was this? We got the Holy Grail. It's over, chat. Oh, wait, they actually give us the 100 million QP? Okay, that's so cool. Bravo on that. That is actually hilarious. The 100 million QP that Morgan gifted us is actually canon. That's so funny. That's awesome. Thank you, Mommy Morgan. Not Oberon, probably. Wait, what notification were you talking about? Max and the Oberon beef continues. Weren't you saying you wanted more, Max? Yeah, I wanted, well, that's only 100 million. I was like that. Well, actually, no, I did just run out. So, I mean, that's pretty helpful for me to right now because I've been leveling everyone up. But, like, normally I'm sitting at, like, 500 million, like, normally. So, I mean, that is a healthy amount. Like, I'll take it. I didn't think they were actually... Yeah, give me more. Where's the... fucking a billion would have been better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have so much shit to level up, man. I'm in lore hell right now. Oh, check out the notes button? Okay.
そろそろ
And just like that, that 100 million QP is gone. See how fucking fast that shit goes? All right, let's check out the notes too. If you want more QP, just go to the My Room and ask her to give you more true. I wonder if we can start a side business of hunting down calamities for Morgan, like bounty hunters. That would be sick. All right. Yeah, so let's see if there's... Oh, wow, we got, like, almost everything from this era since... Okay, so 2,000 years ago, the era of the High Queen, first year, Morgan establishes the current order of Fairy Britain. 800 years into that era, the Fang clan massacres the Wing clan. The Wing clan is annihilated. Mirian is its sole survivor. 1,000 years in, the Moors' War, one of the great calamities, a war between the King of the Moors and the High Queen's army ensues. Woodwose defeats the Moors' king, who curses the Fang clan with the manifestation of the Black Dogs. 1600, a powerful Fang clan fairy is born. She goes on to become Tam Lin Gwaine. The Caterpillar War, Tam Lin Gwaine is appointed. Foul weather, the Lord of Cornwall perishes. Ainzel, chief of the Mir clan, makes her prophecy. A savior who will save Britain has been born. A true king who will defeat the false king shall appear. And then 4,000 years ago, or no, this would have been 6,000 years ago, the legend of Ash the Savior. Civil wars between the clans push Britain to the edge of destruction. One fairy emerges to save Britain, when then loses their life. That fairy was Ash the Savior. The War of Summer, a war between northern fairies, led by Queen Maeve. Mab? Is it... Wait. No, that's not Maeve. Because Maeve is Knocknaria in this Lostbelt, right? The War of Summer, a war between northern fairies led by Queen Mab. Or maybe that is Maeve, and then just renamed to Knocknaria later? And the southern fairies. The war ends after Ash the Savior's intervention and the current Six Clan destruction. Then the war ends after Ash the Savior's intervention and the current Six Clan structure is established. Huh. All right, Londinium. Was when the Nameless Woods became a thing? Yeah. And that's who I originally thought was Oberon. I was guessing that that was Oberon, the king of the Cornwall area, because they said when the king died, he put a curse on the woods that was the mist that makes people lose their memories, the fog. And Oberon was like the only person that wasn't affected by the fog. And so I was assuming Oberon was that king. But then Tam Lin Gwaine told us that she ate the king, so... Unless Oberon crawled out of Gwaine's stomach somehow, that's probably not the case.
So, now that we've put some distance between us and Camelot to avoid any possible trouble with those royal soldiers who just didn't know about the Queen's orders not to harm us, we've moved along to the northern border. And come across a chocolate field that's truly a sight to behold.
A chocolate field?
Whoa, there's chocolate growing straight out of the ground here. Candy! No way! How the hell does this even work? I have to take a closer look. What are you two doing? That field doesn't belong to you. You should be ashamed of yourselves, trampling someone else's field with your dirty little shoes. If you're gonna go around tasting this stuff, you need to do so from one of the edges.
Whoa! A whole field of deluxe premium chocolate bars Lady Aurora once gave me as a tiny piece. This can't compare to a carrot, but it might as well be the sweetest thing I've ever tasted.
Cannonball!
Now don't you start too, you idiot. It's so good. It's so sweet. It's a little messy, but it's still just so yummy. I'm glad to see you're all enjoying yourselves. How can you be so relaxed about this, Oberon? We still need to keep an eye out for any signs of pursuit. What is it, Gareth? Aren't you going to jump in there with them? Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Everyone, please settle down. You can't eat that chocolate. We all have too much chocolate in our mouths to speak coherently. Oh no, I knew it. These are Nocneria's chocolate fields. I've heard about them. They're made of they're made with paralysis agent, charm, and calories out the wazoo. Any fairy who tastes this chocolate becomes a hopeless chocoholic. And they have to do whatever Nocneria says for the rest of their lives, according to Gareth's own research. We all have no idea what Gareth is talking about. Oh, crap. Casually wipes mouth with fingers. Did those Moors just pop out of the field? Wait, was Muramasa eating it too? They must have been lying in wait to ensnare the fairies that succumb to the chocolate paralysis. First fairies eat the chocolate, and then the Moors eat the fairies. What a perfectly devious predatory tactic. And I'm afraid none of the others will be of any help now that their veins are so full of chocolate poison. Come on, Muramasa, this one's up to us. Got it. Good luck, Gareth. Muramasa? Why did you just take a step back? And what's that you're holding behind you? Sorry. It was right there within arm's reach, so I just couldn't help myself. Some wise elder you turned out to be. Chocolate! Chocolate! That's literally what that is, huh? There has to be... Oh my god, they're chocolate Moors. And we got a debuff called Poisonous Chocolate. Oh my god. Bro moment. There has to be a meme some artist has made out there of the chocolate, the SpongeBob chocolate moment, but it's like the LB6 characters, right? There is no debuff though? Interesting. OMG gameplay, yes sir! It exists! And it's gonna be over before you know it. The big thunder monster. We all wish Grandpa San right now to discipline all of us because Grandpa Muramasa's not doing it. Wait, chat, I just realized. Look what I got. Cookies and cream. I also have the normal Pocky. Which one should we open up? I got normal Pocky or cookies and cream. They got the chocolate, but so do I. Max is leveling Arctic. He's just like me for real. Yes, sir. Well, we got 3 bells from that. Let's go. That's not chocolate. That's normal Pocky. Huh? Does this mean none of you are paralyzed? Sorry, Garrett, but no, we're totally fine. I don't think this chocolate is poisoned at all. That's right. Incidentally, when people refer to chocoholics, they're talking about people who just really love chocolate, or who will go all the way up north just to have some. I'm pretty sure it's not actually a medical condition. Oh wow, you're right! This is really good! It's sweet and crunchy and easy to eat and doesn't even make me thirsty. I feel so much more alert now, too. Still, it is a rare luxury good, and these fields really do belong to Knocknaria. So if you keep sampling the chocolate without permission, well, see for yourselves. Uh-oh. Aw, crap. There's a huge army heading this way, but hang on. The hell are they wearing? Wee-woo, 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 wee-woo! What is with the SpongeBob references, dude? Wee-woo, 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 wee-woo.
Ah, damn, they've got us surrounded. These numbers, these honeybee-like magical energy pressure, it's...
That's far enough, you shameless tourists. You've got a lot of nerve eating your fill of my chocolate. Or is this your way of applying to me my slaves down to my great-grand successor? That voice, I'd recognize that voice anywhere. Mommy.
That's right. Now throw yourselves at my feet and beg for forgiveness.
I don't care what backwater town you fairies hail from. One look at this beauty should tell you all you need to know about who you're dealing with. Now on that note, I, Queen Knocknaria, pass judgment on these foul chocolate thieves. That's 1 count stealing of government property, 1 count of smuggling valuable cultural property, and 1 count of dining and dashing, and 1 count of lèse majesté. For these 4 crimes, I sentence you all to spend the next 100 years packaging chocolate for retail, after which you'll live out the rest of your days in Edinburgh while receiving a comfortable pension to match the contributions of your labor. Wait, that last part actually sounded pretty good. What?
I knew it!
It's Queen Maeve! Woo! You rock, Maeve! What? I first met her in Gloucester about 5 years ago. That's right. So originally I thought she was talking about Morgan. So in the first stream of Lostbelt 6, Castoria said that when she was describing all the different clans, the fairy clans, she described the King clan and said, "There's only one of the King clan and she's the meanest queen in the whole fairy Britain. She looks down her nose and glares at everyone and called me a," what did she say? Called me a southern hick or something like that and got all mad. And I originally thought she was talking about Morgan because she referred to her as a queen and also was part of the King clan. But then later we found out it wasn't, and it was actually Knocknaria. And so Artoria's met Knocknaria somewhere before. I first met her in Gloucester about 5 years ago. She was like a storm in a bottle, and she was the first fairy I got to know outside of my village. Heh, not that it's any surprise. But for a born ruler, there's nothing better than kicking all your would-be rivals to the ground. The first princess pageant in 100 years, and I'm the clear winner. Now, go out there and tell everyone in Britain that Knocknaria is the new queen of the Northern Fairies. Man, I didn't even make it past the preliminaries, let alone get a chance to go on stage. What the hell? Artoria without a hat? Castoria without a hat? That exists, chat? That's a thing? I didn't even know. Why is this not an option we can have? Castoria without hat. Hat-toria? Hatless Toria. Man, I didn't even make it past the preliminaries, let alone get a chance to go on stage. But that's okay. I'm only here because everyone in the village insisted I come anyway. Plus, I can't think of anything more idiotic than a princess pageant. Besides, all I really wanted to do was see what things were like outside of my village for once. I feel like an idiot. What am I even doing out here? I should go back home helping with the harvest. But no, I just had to come here to help with my political campaign and show everyone here that Mab's successor means business. Oh. So Queen Mab, Knocknaria is a descendant of Queen Mab. That makes sense. I swear, when are the elders going to stop treating me like a greenhorn anyway? Not to mention the judge's criteria for beauty is just laughable. Don't they know that real beauty comes from living a life you can be proud of, not what other people think of your looks? Contestants like us are the ones who decide what's beautiful, not the peanut gallery. Oh, hello. Aren't you the girl from Tintagel I saw on the prelims? No, I think you have the wrong fairy. I'm just here waiting tables part-time, so... Why didn't you come to the main event? I thought it was gonna come down to you and me. I would have enjoyed beating a worthy opponent rather than demolishing the competition. But you were nowhere to be seen. Did you leave early because the whole thing was so stupid? Stupid? Well, I guess I did feel pretty stupid. Why, you think I don't get what's going on here? I can tell you what you're thinking. Look at the simple little girl who's jumping for joy over a stupid little trophy. She has no idea I lost the battle but won the war. Well, I don't like it. I won't stand for it. You and I are going to compete again right now. What's your best subject? Horseback riding, dancing, music, combat, chess? Whatever it is, that's going to be the real final battle, and we're not going to stop until I'm good and satisfied. Oh, but we need to do something about that horribly tacky outfit first. Mac, Dim, tear this girl's clothes up for me, will you? Oh, that's right. I think Castoria originally told us that when she met Knocknaria, it was at a beauty pageant, and Knocknaria hated her outfit that she had and made her strip down naked. I remember her saying that, and that's why she hates Knocknaria. I'll let you wear one of my dresses instead. After that, we're going back on stage. Together, you and I are going to show those idiots in the crowd what it really means to shine like a beautiful princess. Huh? Wait, what are you... Hey, knock it off, you pink-haired honey-brained Noveu... How do you pronounce that again? I remember we looked it up before. It means being born from, like, immense wealth.
Nouveau riche.
Nouveau riche. Hey, knock it off, you pink-haired honey-brained Nova Reach girl, before I knock your block off! I'm sorry. I had no idea you'd actually been eliminated in the preliminaries. I mean, my instincts have never been wrong before, you know, and the moment I saw you, I felt sparks all up and down my spine. Sparks! I thought there's nothing different about this fairy. I seriously got the impression you could turn the whole world on its head. Huh? Really? Is that how I actually seem to you, Knocknaria? I guess it's true what they say about great talents blooming late. Believe it or not, I'm actually the child of... But I was wrong. You're so unimpressive that I must have looped from zero right back around to hero. Oh, is that so? Guess that means you'd better quit bragging about your instincts from now on, huh? You're right. From now on, I'll make sure to observe fairies carefully, and not just rely on my intuition. Anyway, what's your village like, Artoria? You said it's on the western tip of the southern Britain? My city's up in the northern tip, so I can't even imagine how different it must be. Do you get ash rain there? What's the color of the forest? Can you fish there? Are there any cute fairies you've got your eye on? Oh, and what was that exploding lamp you threw at me earlier? Exploding lamp? The northern fairy kept peppering me with questions, and she seemed genuinely interested in the answers. It's one of my nicer memories from back then when we still didn't know each other well. Her name was Knocknaria. Since I am the child of prophecy, she and I are destined to butt heads one day. But she was also my very first friend. Aww. Castoria had a pipe bomb? What? So, yeah, I spent 2, maybe 3 days in Gloucester with her a few years ago, but as you can see, she never listens to anything anyone has to say, so she didn't make a great impression. That goes for you too, Artoria. You look meek enough, but you always talk way tougher than you look. Good to see you haven't changed. Well, this is a surprise. I had no idea Artoria had a friend she was on arguing terms with. And Knocknaria of all fairies. I can't even imagine getting into a scuffle with her. Can you?
Definitely not. I'm all tongue-tied from seeing her. Knocknaria, member of the King Clan and Queen of the North. Her magical energy covers the entire camp even as we speak.
She's one of the most notable fairies in all of Britain. Her combat abilities may not compare to the Tamlin, but when it comes to otherworldly common sense and sheer size of her Fey domain, I don't think there's anyone in Britain who can match her. Really? She's that impressive? I guess I just can't tell since I'm not a fairy myself.
But look, Artoria's not backing down from her. And no matter how snide Nocnaria gets with her, she gives twice as good as she gets.
Yep, those two are a perfect match for each other. Artoria looks meek, but is actually a huge pain in the neck, and Nocnaria makes a loud first impression, but she's actually very earnest. They're like two halves of a puzzle box. They may constantly be at odds, but in the end they fit together perfectly.
Quiet, you! When did I say you could talk? You do know you're still under arrest for the chocolate larceny, right?
Oh yes, we're very aware. Don't worry, I'm happy to pay you back for it. I'm feeling pretty flush right now, so...
Hey, Artoria, come here a second. What is it? You're not usually one for secrets. Do you want me to keep quiet about all the mischief you got up to in Gloucester or something? Of course not. Besides, I didn't get into any mischief. No, I wanted to ask you about that guy who just talked back to me. Is he human? Is he your attendant? Did your dream finally come true? Oh, no, he's my ally. He's a mage who came here from the outside world. We're pretending he's my attendant to make things easier, but if anything, he's the one who's been helping me out. I see. So he's just your bodyguard then, huh? What's his name? I can't tell it since he's not wearing a collar or anything. Come on, tell me, please? Please? Are you really Nocnaria? Did you eat something you shouldn't have? Maybe too much chocolate? Come on, Nocnaria. Don't let her get to you. Oh no, I've just been feeling much kinder and gentler lately. So what's his name? How long have you known him? Well, his name is Max, and I've known him for about 20 days now or so. I see. So you're still more than friends, less than lovers. Not that it would matter if you were dating, of course. Huh?
Oh.
But I digress. All that aside,
either Nocnaria wants me, chat, or she's trying to make Castoria jealous for some reason.
But I digress. All that aside.
There's our party. Ritska got that Riz. I'm just standing here like, hi. And they're just immediately fighting over me. Awesome. Gotta love being the protagonist of a visual novel.
What even is that ragtag band? Are you trying, like, at all? I can't believe you still don't have even a single squad to your name. I guess you're still the one fairy my intuition just doesn't work on. When I heard that child of prophecy who saved Norwich was named Artoria, I thought you'd finally gotten your act together. But it looks like I was wrong about you again. You're as pathetic now as you were back then. I guess a bunch of third-rate losers are the best pathetic low-class fairies like yourself can attract. Take that back, Nocnaria. Don't you dare make fun of my friends. They're all much more accomplished, wiser, braver, cuter, and grandpa-ish than I am.
Yeah, Grandpa! he stared. Grandpa stare.
And if nothing else, they're way stronger than those soldiers you've got waiting on you. Is that so? All right then, prove it. I'll see for myself who's stronger, your allies or my soldiers. If you guys win, I'll pardon you for your chocolate theft, and you'll be free to go. But... But what? If my soldiers win, I'm taking Max for myself. Huh? Aren't you serious, Nocnaria? Don't tell me Max is your type. It's not like that. I was going to need a mage for my war with Morgan anyway. Now less talking and more fighting, Artoria. Let's see which one of us is better suited to be Britain's savior.
Okay. Formation restricted in this quest. Up to one... Yeah. Oh, I know who I'm putting in the back line. Just in case we need it. When in doubt, herk it out. When in doubt, herk it out. If it's a female MC, she will treat you as a rival. Oh, what the hell? What if you're female and you still want Nocturia to fight over you though? I guess it's true for Maeve to just like consistently try to get all men to bow to her though. So I guess that's more of a Maeve thing. Oh, he's a fucking alter ego. I was like, why is he resistant to the Lancers? He's a fucking alter ego, not a saber, damn it. I think he still kills him though. No. Ooh. Artoria's cheer. Oh, that's cute. Oh, this is gonna take a while, dude. They all have guts too? Fuck this shit. Grandpa ego. Funny how the alter ego class is like a nerf for Muramasa in almost every fight. Headbutt. That's a derail stream, but state of the game just dropped. Oh shit! Let me give me the cliff notes. This battle's gonna take a while anyway. Going for a 6-hour stream? I have no idea. I don't know if I can go that long. We'll see. We'll try to find a good place to stop. We gotta wait for something cool to say. Wait a second. We got the Celtic Warriors here. What's going on here? Sorry, Redra. Da Vinci!
黄金律にも種類があるのさ。アフタービジョン、ワンリミッツ、マジ。参ります。
Been me cool. Murmasa alter ego against Lancer's wireless angle, that's what I'm saying. Whoa, got charmed. Wait a second, that's cheating. Can't charm my unit, how dare you? No! God damn it, I should have used the MT then. Happy Cat! Look how small she is. I always forget how fucking small she is, dude. Owie! Fuck, bro. Herc! Y'all motherfuckers are fucking fucked now, bro. We know there are some who would have preferred to experience these stories during Lightfall's campaign. With those players in mind, we believe the totality of this year's narratives will set the stage for the final shape in ways that a single story beat never could. And to put concerns to the rest right now, the final shape in its raid will provide a climactic conclusion to the Light and Darkness saga before we look ahead to what comes next in Destiny 2. Yeah, that's kind of what we assumed, right? I mean, I guess it's nice to get confirmation. We got scales, baby. We also won't be raising the power cap in Season 22. Nice. Yeah, they shouldn't raise the power cap in seasons, honestly. Just, like, only in expansions. We almost lost there for a sec. Nah, not even close. You kidding me? We won! And now we're safe. So, is it just me, or were those fairy generals?
Yeah, they might have looked awfully familiar, but I'm pretty sure we were only seeing things.
Let's just move on. Oh. The Diramud and the other guy.
There, you see? Max and his team won. I told you they were amazing. Now let us free. Let us go free. Queens are supposed to keep their promises, right? Of course. Believe me, I don't have time to be messing around with you either. I was in the middle of running military exercises when you decided to steal my chocolate. Also, my enemy is Queen Morgan, not the Child of Prophecy. I have nothing to say to low-class fairies who still haven't made a name for herself. Go wherever you like for all I care. Oh? Does that mean the King clan doesn't see the Child of Prophecy as competition? I'd think it would be to your advantage to capture us rather than to let us go free. Of course I see you as competition. I'm the only king fit to rule all of Britain. As far as I'm concerned, both Morgan and the Child of Prophecies are obstacles to my rule. That said, I can't take Morgan's army lightly. If I'm going to win, I need to make use of everything I can. Either Morgan will jump at my provocation and leave her castle to face me, or I'll attack her castle myself once all my preparations are complete. Either way, I'll need to keep the other clans in check in the meantime, which is why I want the Child of Prophecy to keep stirring things up. Get it? The more you scurry around making trouble, the more Morgan will have to divert her forces from me to focus on you. I don't really expect you to ring all the bells of pilgrimage, but could you manage to maybe ring 2 of them? If you can manage that, I'll take care of the rest for you. I'll take control of Camelot, send Morgan packing, and banish every human from this land. As a descendant of the Northern Fairies and the daughter of the Great Mab, I'll be the one to restore Britain to the way it was always meant to be. Still, I'm also very generous, so I'll be willing to make a few exceptions. If the humans are willing to change their ways, I could set up an autonomous zone for them to live in. As proof, I grant you permission to speak freely, Max. Is there anything you want to ask me? Go ahead. Just this once, I'll give you an honest answer. Okay, in that case... What's with all those hearts floating around you? What if you teamed up with the Round Table Army to take down Morgan? That's true, we still haven't seen them at all. No chance. I may be willing to tolerate humans, but team up with them? Absolutely not. As far as I'm concerned, the human Round Table Army is even more of a disgrace than Morgan's soldiers. If they even dared to show themselves before me, I'd mow them down without a second thought. Damn. Why not the hearts? What would she have said if the hearts? The system replacing bounties? Oh, that's the thing that was leaked, huh, Mist? What the fuck? Skill tree system.
Excuse me, Lady Nocneria, but we've received a request from Edinburgh.
What is it? Mab chances like this don't come every day, you know. If this is about military exercises, it can wait until...
I'm sorry, milady, but this is about the Moor's disease, if I may. Not enough transcription. Subjects. Number of Sheffield refugees.
Tell them we'll make a list right away. I'll make the selections myself. Looks like our little chat is over. You guys are free. Go wherever you like. Oh, but I will just say one last thing. Try to conduct yourselves with at least some dignity. Artoria, nobody will follow a king who can't even look the part.
Monka.
Nothing groundbreaking, to be honest, some PvP quality of life stuff, but other than that, they're just saving their hand until the showcase. Yeah, that makes sense.
Sag.
Alright, chat, I'm opening up the Pocky for the stream.
大丈夫。落ち着いて。普段通りに。そうだよね。今のうちに準備。破壊する。さあ、もちろん。
Season 22, we're changing some things up in a big way, including the seasonal progression. Oh, that's true, because they've been waiting, huh? We're finally not gonna have the...
I mean, remember when they said they were gonna get rid of the nodes, the node grid, the like 9x9 upgrade seasonal grid thing, and then they like just replaced it with challenges, and we were like, it's just the same fucking thing, but I guess it's just not time gated now, so that's nice. But like, we were kind of wanting a big shake up to the like seasonal vendor system, since it's been like the same thing for fucking years now, and I think now they're finally fucking implementing that, huh? Sounds like. Definitely a lot of hype for season 22, 23 being really good. Eh. I'll believe it when I see it. Also, primary only PvP game mode. Relic, third encounter type game mode and Vex network map incoming? Yeah, the Vex network map we've been expecting like all year. So that PvP map's finally coming next season, huh? Vow of the Disciple third encounter type game mode? Like what, where you have to like pass relics around? Huh. Oh, like an actual PvP? It's like Mayhem, but with relics? I'm not gonna lie. I don't think there's anything they could do to PvP at this point to make me enjoy it. Like, I've always just viewed PvP as like a thing to just do on the side to get some extra rewards that I might want, because like there's a lot of loot that you can only get through PvP. I don't think there's ever been a time where I've actually been like excited to play PvP unless it was for a specific reward. Like, that's the only reason I play it. I think the only thing in Destiny that I like genuinely enjoy is the new campaigns, of course. The campaigns are super fun to do, especially with you, Mist. The first experience of the campaigns since Witch Queen's, like, revival of them. And then the raids, of course. Raids and dungeons. I always have a fun time. Those things... Day one raids have become like a holiday for me, for how much I look forward to them. Primary mode could be really nice. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not excited. I could not care less about anything they do to PvP at this point, unless they put like some crazy cool rewards there. Like there's nothing, if there's not, they need a really good carrot for me to chase. Like that's the only way you're getting me in PvP. Sweaty players in PvP for real? That's not even the reason why I dislike it. There's just nothing, I don't know. What's a PvP game I can actually enjoy? I've always been a fan of League of Legends. That's gonna make people cringe, but there's something about League of Legends that I've always been drawn to. Like, I've played it for a decade, though. I've played it since, like, 2010, so... That's just, like, something comfortable for me to go back to. I enjoyed COD back in the day, but I hated, like, ray gunning. We call it ray gunning, like the normal guns. I've never once have I ever been interested in using just, like, machine guns in a COD game. I always like doing, like, unique and different shit, which is why I would, like, go for knifing clips, where I just run around and stab people, essentially. And then, like, ninja diffuses, if you don't know what a ninja diffuse is, in, like, the search and destroy game mode, where people plant the bomb and you have to defuse the bomb, you could, like, make your character, like, camouflaged, and you'd, like, hide in bushes around where the bomb site was. You would wait for the person to go up and plant the bomb, and as they're planting the bomb, you would sneak up right behind them, and as soon as the bomb is planted, normally they're gonna walk away and try to find a defending position, and so you sneak up right behind them. As they plant the bomb, you sneak up behind them and start defusing the second they plant it, and if you start defusing it the second it's planted, you get an achievement called Ninja Defuse, and so it's called Ninja Defusing, where you start defusing the bomb the second it's planted, and they don't notice you. I loved doing that shit back in the day, because the reactions you'd get out of people in the lobbies were so funny. They'd be like, what? I just fucking planted the bomb. So good. They said their studio PvP structure is built to deliver overarching updates rather than maps, and for them to develop maps, it takes dev power away from story, exotic missions, etc. What the fuck? Also, they're making Gambit in even more optional mode than it was before, adding back Dreaming City map and Shadow Legion Lucent Hive. Oh, okay, so they're adding back the Dreaming City map, which is nice. I don't know why they took the Gambit maps out of the game in the first place. And then they're adding Shadow Legion and Lucent Hive to the enemies you can fight in Gambit. Huh. Nice.
Well, a little trip southbound through the chocolate fields brought us back to southern Britain. Gloucester's not too far from here. How about stopping by? You've never been to Gloucester before, right, Happy Cat? Nope, but it's Mirian City, right? I have a pretty clear idea of what it'll be like. It could be fun, but I also doubt it's any cute brides for me, so I'm good with whatever Max decides. I see. That's too bad. For the time being, we should find somewhere safe. Maybe we could go back to Norwich? No, I don't think that would be a good idea. Going back to Norwich now would be dangerous. Spriggan will definitely be up to something, even with the Count there. I agree. The best thing we can do now is lay low and plan our next move. If we're going to decide on something as important as whether we fight the Queen or run from her, we'll need someplace safe to consider our plan.
Gloucester's definitely out. I don't know about Mirian, but I wouldn't trust Koyanskaya as far as I could throw her.
What about the Welsh Forest? That's Oberon's territory after all.
Salisbury could be another good option. How about it? We could tell Lady Aurora everything that's happened so far.
So many choices. Any thoughts, Oberon? What do you think, Oberon? Good question. Well, I definitely wouldn't recommend my forest. It'd make for a lousy secret headquarters. And I don't think Salisbury or Norwich are safe either. We shouldn't put too much credence on the Queen's promise to leave us alone. Why don't we finally meet up with the actual rebellion?
and go find Percival. Percival's leading the rebellion. Why don't we go find him? We shouldn't put too much credence in the Queen's promise to leave us alone. If Beryl were to lead Morgan's army against us, Aurora wouldn't be able to stop him.
Oh, looks like Nakaria was right. We need our own military strength.
I'm telling you, the rebellion!
Maybe we should go back to the Storm Border? Besides, it'd be fun to show it off to Artoria and Gareth. We don't have to go through all the nameless woods either. We can take a detour around to reach the coast. Plus, we could also stop by Artoria's hometown, Tintagel, on the way.
No, let's save that for a last resort. We're not running for our lives after all. If it's military strength we need, we've got exactly one option. In fact, I'd say the safest place for the Child of Prophecy right now isn't a fairy city at all. It's the city southeast of Oxford. We need to go to England's capital in proper human history. The ruins of Londinium, where humans have set up their home base. Now that Artoria's gotten rid of Norwich's calamity, there's no reason for us to hesitate to knock on their door. I think it's time Britain's destined savior paid the Round Table Army a visit. Yeah! Let's go. That's exactly what we're doing. Shader favoriting 10 out of 10. Yes, we needed that quality of life for a long time. Anyways, Sleeper Until Showcase. Damn. Oh well. Mist, that gives us more time to think about Remnant from the Ashes for the next few weeks, because you know come August 22nd and that showcase is up, if there's anything Bungie knows how to do right, it's generate hype. Like as soon as that showcase is up, you know we're gonna be soy facing so hard. Boggers, more Final Fantasy 14 time. Percival the Giga Chad. Watch Max go completely 180 on going to Percival now that Oberon suggested this. Nah. I told y'all, Oberon wants us to overthrow Morgan. That in my mind, I 100% agree Oberon's with us right now. I just think he's trying to set things up as well so that once Morgan is overthrown, he can wipe us off the board too and take the throne for himself. That's why I've been sussing him the whole time. There's no doubt in my mind he wants to help us right now. But I think he wants to get rid of us as soon as Morgan's out of the picture. Good job, everyone. I knew it wasn't easy coming so far without stopping to sleep, but we're almost to Londinium now. Only 2 more hills to go. But first, why don't we take a quick break? Besides, it's almost lunchtime. I'm sure you'd rather have a relaxing meal outside instead of rocking back and forth in the carriage too, right Max? Yeah, I would honestly. This has been a little rough. Are we even safe out here? We left the main roads between cities during the night, so I'm sure we won't run into any of the Queen's troops around here.
So we're finally visiting Londinium. I wonder what the stories say about it.
Well, up until 2,000 years ago, when it was still the Fae era, it was the largest city in all of Britain. It's said that 5 fairy clans coexisted here peacefully, and that they even chose a human for their lord.
Really? Then does that mean Londinium used to be a human city?
It sure does, but it was destroyed during the insurrection that took place at the end of the Fae era. It may have been the most heavily fortified city in Britain at the time, but I guess there wasn't too much it could do against an attack from within. The Lord even said they did everything right, and they indicted him. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. If only Max is a JP player. Kind of want to watch Max in an alternate reality where he hasn't seen Oberon's Final Ascension to compare. Yeah, I probably would think he'd be like, he'd literally be Broberon for me. It's like literally the only reason I'm sussing him so hard is because I've seen his 3rd Ascension. So and he's the Pretender class, right? So I know something's going sussy with him. It may have been the most heavily fortified city in Britain at the time, but I guess there wasn't much it could do against an attack from within. I still haven't found out how it ended up in ruins after that, though. After all, the Queen decided to build a new castle, Camelot, instead of rebuilding Londinium.
Huh, guess you don't know anything about everything after all, Oberon. It was the fairy clans that reduced Londinium to rubble. After Ash ended the war between the various clans, she appointed a human knight as their new king. The human boy who was leading the Round Table army at the time.
Oh, and we know that they died earlier.
A huge festival was held to celebrate the new king and his coming reign. But then, during his coronation, a group of anti-fairy humans started a riot. And a number of fairies living in Londinium were killed. The clan heads were incensed, so they raided Londinium and put every soldier in the Round Table army to death. The knight who was supposed to be king fell in that battle, and Ash was executed after the clan heads held her responsible for the riot. Grimmer, the sage, managed to give them the slip. And since no one could kill the Black Knight, they crushed his ears and threw him into the sea. By that point, the Tamlin had gotten fed up with the whole ridiculous ordeal and decided to go over to Orkney, taking Ash's coffin with them.
Holy shit, Artoria's face. Ash, that's the fairy who was once treated as Britain's savior, right? From what I heard, the Sage, the Black Knight, and the Tamlin all saved Britain countless times. Londinium? Claronomia moment? So... Or maybe I shouldn't say anything. I don't want to say anything to get chat all riled up. So what was the Tamlin's name?
Oh, Mike told me back in Salisbury. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it was... Huh? That's weird. I know I've heard it before, but I can't remember what it was.
Oberon? Stop fucking with our memories, dude. That's weird because Da Vinci said she remembers the name, but can't remember what it was, and so did Tamlin Gwaine. Tamlin Gwaine said that she remembered the name, but was like, oh, what was the name? Guess I can't remember it. Tis but a scratch.
That's weird. I know it. I've heard it before, but I can't remember what it was. Don't worry about it.
Happy cat.
My point is, Londinium? Londinium.
Did I say it right? Londinium? Londinium. Londinium.
My point is, Londinium has a lot of history as the home base of Britain's humans.
So this is the Round Table army. So this new Round Table army is holed up where the old one got wiped out? I ain't the superstitious type, but don't think that's just asking for trouble.
Heh, you'll see why it's not a problem once we get in Londinium, Muramasa. Frankly, if you ask me, both Morgan and the clan heads ought to have their heads examined. I don't know why else they'd abandon Londinium, even after they destroyed it. I'm surprised you know so much about Londinium, Happy Cat. I mean, you don't know anything about Gloucester or Salisbury. I know about Salisbury. That's the city with the big cathedral, right? I've seen Aurora before, too. I just didn't pay her much attention. She's not my type. I see. So, are you sure you're missing out? Are you sure you're okay missing out on all the beautiful cities? Sure, I'm sure. This isn't exactly a sightseeing tour. Kinda curious why you're so considerate of me, though. Fishing for a discount on your wedding dress or something? Huh? No, I'm not looking for a dress. I haven't even found a partner yet. I mean, it's not that... It's just what? Nothing. I'm going to fetch some water. Be right back.
Okay. Huh?
That was close. I almost said something I shouldn't have again. Anyway, I'm kind of worried about Happy Cat. I can see Artoria and Max's futures just fine, but I can't see anything for hers.
Mors! Crap, I have to kill it before it touches me. Yeah! Huh? That's weird. My lance has always worked before. Oh, right. That's only because Artoria was helping me out with her magecraft. But now that it's just me... This is so like me. I always get carried away like this, even though I'm weak. So now, I'm going to die out here, unable to fight back, never having accomplished anything? Yeah! Saw that one coming. Hey, it's your boy! I thought Muramasa was gonna come save her. Let's fucking go, Percival! You were so close. If you had just taken 6 steps back and gotten a running start, you could have definitely taken it out. You're not the biggest fairy out there, so you'll need more than just the weight of a thrust to get through a Moor's skin. Make sure the foot you're bracing on forwards instead of to the side, and try to let gravity do the hard work for you. But I guess that'll be something to work on next time, which is all the more reason to stand back up now. Okay. May I ask who you... Me? I came out here in search of some fresh water and saw you going into the forest. I was going to warn you to be careful, since we tend to get Moors out here. But I guess I was a little too late. Luckily, there are only 2 of them. Do you think you can help me? I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, of course. I'm Gareth, by the way. I'm Percival. Would you mind taking the Moors on the right, brave knight? Oh, wait, did you say Percival? What? Let's go! You did a good job on Moors. It felt Moors just fouling everything. What? A wild himbo appears. Let's go, Percival! Oh, he has a much lighter voice than I thought he would. What the fuck? Yeah, I hear you. When I do the more speech. Thank you. Didn't get much of a chance to get Percival when he was on raid up. I got Melusine quickly. Hopefully he'll spook me soon. Hell yeah. Yeah, because he's permanent, right? I wish you luck. Percival's so cool. Oh yeah. don't got either. I got lucky and got Melu in 2 multis, so no Percy, gotcha. F. We did it. Barely. Not even close. 2 of the Knights of the Round Table, by the way. Hey, these are Moors, man. They're slimy slug things.
I won! I can't believe it, I actually beat a Moors on my own!
That was great. Don't sell yourself short. You're already strong, and you've only gotten stronger the more you train. Aw, Gareth happy. By the way, Gareth, right? I don't recall seeing you around here before. You should know there's going to be a big battle here soon. You'd probably be safer heading to Norwich or Manchester instead of staying here. Unless you came here looking to join Londinium's Round Table army? We could really use all the help we can get at this point. Even so, I'm not sure Londinium is the best place for a lovely girl like yourself. There are still lots of holes in the roofs we haven't gotten around to patching up yet, not to mention the ghosts that haunt us at night.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but did you really say your name was Percival?
Yep, that's me. Good name for a human, isn't it? I'm pretty fond of it myself.
Oh, please, let me introduce myself more properly. I'm Gareth, attendant of the Child of Prophecy, and I'm happy to tell you she's making her way to Londinium right now.
The creepy music is still gone.
Gareth's really taking her time. Maybe I'm getting worked up over nothing, but I can't help but worry.
You know, I think I'll go fetch some water myself. We can cross the hills after I get back. I'll go with, huh? It looks like Gareth's back, huh? I wonder why she's jumping up and down all excited like that.
Oh, I see she has someone with her too. Someone tall and, pretty handsome.
I recognize that oversized breastplate. Hey, guys! You'll never believe this! Look who I met! It's Percival! The leader of the Round Table army and the strongest human in Britain!
He doesn't look too happy about that. I'm sorry. I know this isn't the most proper introduction. It's an honor to meet you, Child of Prophecy, and you, Foreign Mage. I'm Percival, the Round Table's army acting leader. I know I'm dressed like a knight, but I'm really just an ignorant country boy. I've never studied the ways of chivalry, so I hope you can forgive any inadvertent rudeness on my part.
Great to meet you too. Hey, Redra, why are you so worked up?
You mean you don't know? Percival is the only person in all of Fairy Britain who rides into battle on the back of a Fey horse. He's the strongest, most spiritual human ever. I can't think of a more touching sight than a rider and horse in perfect sync, each trusting the other with their lives. Just imagine a rider and their horse sharing one mind and one body. It would be a miraculous dream come true.
Well, thank you, Kundry. Kundry will be thrilled to hear that. I don't know what I'd do without her. Oh, sorry, I got a little off track. I tend to do that whenever someone brings up my trusty partner. Anyway, I understand why you're here now. You need a safe place to prepare for your confrontation with the Queen's army, yeah? Then you're welcome to stay with us in Londinium. I'm afraid it still needs a lot of repairs, so it's not in the best shape to welcome the Child of Prophecy. But it's also one of the most heavily fortified places in all of Britain, and I promise my soldiers I will keep you safe while you plan your next move. What's up, Manta? Can finally watch without spoilers? Let's go. Ooh. The supply team is back with its lumber. Let's get to work repairing those ramparts. Send 80% to the outer walls and 20% to the inner walls. Focus on patching up the kids' homes first.
The disguised merchants are heading out to Norwich this afternoon to buy supplies. If there's anything you need, add it to the list. Don't be shy, we've got the Count backing us. Just go easy on the luxury goods.
Yeah. Remember, we can't match the Fang clan's speed. We need to fight smarter, not harder.
Take a beat before following up your spear strikes. Your opponents will dodge them easily if you thrust too soon. Keep your spears pointed ahead of you as soon as you sense a shield incoming, and don't forget to keep your sword on hand too, so you can stab your opponent in the flank at the same time. Don't bother with bows and arrows, you'll never hit anyone, and the enemy will see you coming the moment you take aim. We'll have 10 archers firing volleys from the ramparts for defense. It should keep the enemy back, but if they actually hit someone, even better.
I only know how to sharpen blades, but I can still help. Look, mister, the tip of your spear's all chipped. You'll never beat the fairy's fangs with that. Why don't you stop by our smithy sometime?
Ain't exactly pristine, but it's sure lively. Everyone's running around, keeping busy with something.
At a glance, it looks like they've got around 300 combat-ready soldiers, give or take. If you count the humans taking shelter here, that about doubles their numbers. They probably have an old and feeble ones doing the needlework in the back. This is great. I love it. It's not an army so much as a whole city in the middle of being rebuilt. I'm gonna go look for brides.
Okay, Happy Cat.
I know what you mean. Walls and the roads may be in terrible shape, but there's more life here than we've seen in all the other cities. Of course, this is where London is located in proper human history. No matter where, no wonder there's so much energy.
Artoria? Is something wrong?
Oh, sorry. It's nothing. I was wondering why such a beautiful place was... Artoria?
What were you thinking, Commander? You can't just go jumping off the ramparts and running off into the woods like that. You're the cornerstone of the Round Table Army, the hope of everyone in Londinium. You can't wander off because something caught your eye anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice you had people with you. Are you all here to join the Round Table Army? If you come with me to registration at the town square, we can...
That won't be necessary, Magar.
Magar? I don't know how to say that. These people aren't here to join us. They're very important guests. Isn't that right, Oberon?
Yep, at least for now. Whether they end up joining the Round Table Army or not is ultimately up to Artoria.
Oh, Oberon? Oh, wow, it is Oberon. When did you get here? Hey, everyone, it's Oberon! That big jerk Oberon is back!
You're right, it really is him. It's Oberon, the cold-hearted.
You just showed up out of nowhere again. Where the hell have you been all this time? You'd better be sticking around a while. You don't want to make the kids cry again, do you?
Every time you leave, it takes a little longer to cheer them back up. That goes for all us ladies, too. Your sweet nothings always make us feel like princesses. While we love those little moments of affection, you all need to take more care of us afterwards. We still have lots of work to do, you know.
Here too, huh? Really, Oberon? Are you in debt here as well?
Hey, it's not what you think, okay? I'm a very serious person here in Londinium, I swear.
Oh yeah, you're serious, all right. Serious about putting on performances every chance you get. Whenever you show up, the whole Round Table Army goes back to being ordinary citizens. It's the closest thing we have to festivals around here. Don't get me wrong, it helps us keep us smiling, even when times are tough, but... Oh, wait, hang on. Didn't you say the next time you came back you'd bring the Child of Prophecy with you? No way. Is that...
Oh, crap. That's right. This is Artoria, the savior of Norwich you've heard so much about. Her staff of selection was sent here from paradise, just like Percival's spear of selection. She's the Child of Prophecy, the savior of Britain you've all been waiting for.
Nice. Londinium. Let's go. Happy cat, happy cat. Dude, Gareth's smile is way too cute.
Huh, it really is like a festival. I guess we won't be able to talk to Artoria for a while. Seems like everyone in the town's caught the Child of Prophecy fever. Maybe we should help her out, Oberon?
I don't think she's too big on being fawned over like that. Oh, I'm sure she isn't. Artoria's always been keenly aware of the pressure that comes with fairies pinning their hopes on her. At the same time, she's always been good at handling those very hopes. What do you think, Max? Should we rescue her from that crowd? Nah, she'll be fine. No need. She's not making the face she usually does. The stare. Oh, you look happy about this, Max. Is Artoria really handling this differently than usual? She sure is. Usually she stutters and fumbles for words for guilt and lack of confidence, but not this time. This is Londinium, a city that dreams of proper futures for Britain. The people she's talking to now aren't just hoping she'll keep them safe because they're only worried about themselves. She's seeing something much purer than that now. In fact, I'd bet she's actually proud to be the child of prophecy for the first time in her life. It's like her eyes have been clouded by everything she's seen all this time, and she's finally seeing clearly. What do you mean? Does that mean Artoria and Oberon's eyes are... Wait, what? What do you mean by that? I'm sorry everyone kept you so long. I hope it wasn't too much of a bother. Oh, no bother at all. They were all incredibly nice. You'll have to tell them I enjoyed my time immensely. On another note... Reference to the fairy eyes, Oberon mentioned them. She's proud to be the child of prophecy for the first time in her life. It's like her eyes have been clouded by everything she's seen all this time, and she's finally seeing clearly. I don't know. I don't get what people mean by unskippable questions either. Aren't all the every time there's two dialogue choices, aren't those all unskippable? I don't get what you mean by unskippable when people say that. I thought every fucking dialogue choice was unskippable. Oh, if you were to clip skip, you would have to choose the option? Isn't that the case every time? Only for the ones that have impacts at another point? Oh, okay. Oh no, don't bother at all. They were incredibly nice. You'll have to tell them I enjoyed my time immensely. On another note, Muramas is the only one not here. Is he still talking to the townspeople? He's probably talking to that kid that was a blacksmith, what was the kid? Like a blacksmith helper or a blacksmith apprentice or something like that? Hey, sorry I'm late. I had to take care of something. Turns out they do have a smithy here, but it's in damn shambles. They got a great furnace, but only one guy knows how to tend to it worth a damn. You ought to come take a look. Look-see, Artoria, it's one hell of a fixer-upper. They've got a ton of quartz crystals too, so you can make all the glass stuff you want.
Whoa, really? That sounds great. I'll definitely check it out. But not right now. Percival was just about to show us the Round Table Army's war room. As a member of the Child of Prophecy's entourage, you are not to go off on your own like that anymore. Got it?
The Child of Prophecy's entourage? When you turned into Miss High and Mighty, you haven't even rung one damn bell yet. All that attention gone to your head or something? Nah, that ain't it. It's Knocknaria, isn't it? Hey, I get it. Must be rough seeing your old frenemy living it up as a queen. Then again, it's not like you two are working with the same kind of materials. It's a shame you're a little too lacking in, sex appeal to be a queen yourself.
I heard that, Muramasa!
There's more than one way to be a king. Hey, it's not like sex appeal is required to be a queen.
Thank you, Max. My point exactly. But what was that blank all about? Quartz?
Hahaha, it's wonderful to see you two getting along so well, and I don't just mean the two of you, I mean everyone. I was worried that the Child of Prophecy might be buckling under the weight of her incredible responsibilities, but it looks like I was worried for nothing. We could learn a lot from your example.
Not at all. I'm the one who's learned a lot from the people of Londinium. I've been to plenty different cities, and they all had various class differences and complaints about the queen. Even so, one thing they all had in common was a wish for someone to save them from their situation. But the people of this town are different. They're all honest and they don't depend on anyone else. Now that I've talked to them myself, I see that there are fairies standing up for humans and humans standing up for fairies. They're not fighting just for themselves, they're standing up to the queen to make things better for everyone. And I think that's exactly what a true Knight of the Round Table should be. People who don't stand above or below one another, but who stand all side by side to help one another out.
I have no way of knowing what a true Knight of the Round Table is supposed to be like. But it's true that the Round Table army isn't a resistance run solely by or for humans. We do want change. We do want to change things for humans, but first we want to change things for all of Britain, for the better. We don't differentiate between humans and fairies, we're just people who share a dream for the future. Even I'm no more than one of many such people Lord Oberon assembled. Huh? Lord Oberon?
Oberon? You don't mean... No wonder you were so weirdly popular.
That's right. Lord Oberon founded the Round Table Army. He saved me when I had nowhere else to go, removed the curse on Londinium, and carefully, quietly traveled Britain in search of like-minded people. And he works himself to the bone to keep us funded, though I've also heard he's earned a reputation as a notorious debtor throughout Britain. A lot of soldiers are under the impression that I'm the Round Table's leader, but I believe the role belongs to Lord Oberon himself.
Come on, cut it out. I've told you before, all I did was invest in this operation. You're the Round Table Army's leader, Percival. You're the one who grew it to this size.
Alright, if you insist, Lord Oberon. Let's just say that I managed to find all these wonderful allies through one person's dedicated efforts, rather than good fortune. Anyway, now that you're all more acclimated to Londinium, let me show you to your headquarters. Unfortunately, it's the only place so far to be both well-guarded and have a proper roof. Sorry about that.
Hang on, Percival. What's this picture up on that wall?
Picture? Oh, that's a mural that was painted during the Fay era. None of us really know much about it, though. Monka.
Is that 6 fairies dancing around a large beast? It almost looks like they're holding a festival. But I've never seen any beasts like that in Britain before.
Sure looks like some kind of monster to me. Maybe a personification of the calamities?
I don't know if I'd agree with that. The beast almost looks like it loves them. I think so too. You probably can't feel it because you're from proper human history. You're a proper human history heroic spirit, Muramasa, but this beast is definitely depicted as very loving. No British fairy would be afraid of this mural. If anything, I think it'd be seen as grand.
Huh? Because I'm proper human history heroic spirit.
Grand, huh?
What you mean by that?
I can't tell how it feels to Gareth and Habitrot since I'm not a fairy myself.
But this wouldn't happen to be a religious painting, would it, Percival? Religious painting? I'm sorry, I don't know what that word means. All I know is that this mural originally belonged to the fairies of Orkney, the Rain clan. It's said that a knight of Londinium brought it here from the ruins of Orkney. While Londinium was still being constructed, apparently it depicts the creation of Britain, and in old fairy language, it's known as the Abyssal Worm. The Abyssal Worm? A worm? Even though it looks like a huge beast? Ah! You're fucking jump scared by goddamn priestess. Is something wrong, Max? Did you see something suspicious over there? It felt like I was being watched. It's nothing. Just my imagination, I guess. Hey, Da Vinci, you said this was a religious painting, right? You mean you think it's a god? Yeah, it probably is. The 6 fairies shown here are obviously stand-ins for the 6 clans, probably the original forefathers. And whatever that big thing is, they're clearly worshipping it. That has to mean this creature stands above the fairies, which would make it a god. But the thing is, there are no gods in Fairy Britain. Like I said, the Great Cathedral is only for show. I've been almost to every city in Britain looking for information, and I've never seen another mural like this. That's my point. This mural's been around since before Morgan's rule. Hell, it's been around since before Fairy Britain was even a thing. Oh, hey, it's depicting something from the Fae era, before it became the era of the High Queen? Wait, then does that mean Queen Morgan doesn't even know about this mural? Nah, she must. And it's probably no accident that it was left out of the history books. Once Morgan became the queen, she wanted to be the only power the fairies believed in. So she erased the concept of godhood from Britain by pretending it never existed. That way, it could never pose a threat to her rule. It may just be that this mural holds part of the answer as to what causes the calamities, and why there are no gods in Britain. Too bad the only words on it are written in Old Farian. I can't make out heads or tails of it. Can you read it, Oberon? Here, look. This part here definitely looks like writing. I'm sorry, but no. Bullshit, Oberon. You can totally read that. I can kind of read the modern fairy language now, but this is beyond me. I'd guess the only people who can read this are in Camelot's administration. I see. Well, that's too bad. Gosh, I had no idea this picture was so important. I'm sorry I'm too uneducated to be of any help. Still, if it's that important, I'll make arrangements to have it properly preserved right away instead of leaving it exposed to the elements. I'll also look for historians and help them dig around to see if there are any other notable artifacts. If we're lucky, they might be able to turn up something in the precious records. Good idea. Once we take over Norwich, we should have a lot more personnel to work with. Either way, we need to work on restoring Londinium, so the sooner we can put it together a plan, the better. Huh? I'm sorry, did you say take over Norwich? What do you mean by that? Welcome to the War Room. We repurposed the room from the bell tower because it gives us a view of all of Londinium. We've also repurposed the rooms on the floor right below us as guest rooms, so I hope you'll find them to your liking. Thanks, but we have something important to talk about now. Are you serious about taking over Norwich? I thought the Round Table Army's enemy was only the Queen. What reason could you have to be to attack anywhere apart from Camelot? You're right. Normally such a thing could be unthinkable for us, but we can't afford to ignore what's going on in Norwich. Your valiant efforts did lead to the destruction of the Calamity at Norwich. But the instant the Child of Prophecy left Camelot, Spriggan petitioned the Queen for military aid. He claims that the residents of Norwich now support the Child of Prophecy and are now traitors to the crown. He's using the Child of Prophecy as an excuse to massacre fairies and take back his land. We only learned about this yesterday from a secret correspondence sent by someone calling himself the Count. The Queen's forces will probably arrive at Norwich tonight. I doubt we have more than 2 days to spare. We've already put out a call for all our comrades across the land to come back to Londinium. As soon as they're all here, we'll set out for Norwich. Our goal is to occupy Norwich's gate and take control of the city before Spriggan can have his citizens massacred, even if they paint us as barbaric invaders for doing so. I don't much like our chances at victory. Norwich's people aren't going to be happy to see us either. Most fairies just think of the Round Table Army as a gang of militant humans. I doubt they'd see much difference between the Round Table Army and Spriggan, really. A gang of human militants? But please, I don't want you all worrying about that. We're the ones who made this call. This isn't your battle to fight. You're here to recover. You'll be safe in Londinium. Not even the Queen's Magecraft can reach you here. I feel like, wait, what do you mean the Queen's Magecraft can't reach us here? I thought she was like literally like the closest thing to a god in Britain. Like how the fuck? If she could reach, we're not even that much further than Norwich from Camelot. What do you mean the Queen's Magecraft can't reach us here? It's almost like there's a protection around Londinium for some reason. Max. Oberon. I know how Artoria must be feeling right now too, but... You want me to be the one to say it, don't you? I know I'll regret it if I let this chance go. Let's go ring that bell, Artoria. Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh man, this is gonna be rough. Alright, I understand. I've made up my mind too. Percival, you haven't once asked for my help. And neither did the people of Londinium. All you've done is encourage me and worry about me. You haven't demanded I save you in return, or anything at all. You've only wished me luck. So, I'm going to do my part too. I can't ring Norwich's bell by myself. I'm going to need your help. So please, help me. Help me show everyone that the Round Table Army isn't some gang of militant humans, but comrades of the Child of Prophecy who are just as intent on saving Britain as she is. Let's go! Comrades, can we get a Koyon comrade in chat? It would be my genuine pleasure, Artoria. Thank you. I can't say if this battle of ours will ultimately be for good or for evil, but I can swear upon this land that we will do our best to make you proud. Aww. Allow me to fill you in on the makeup of the Round Table Army. We have one company made up of about 400 fairies and humans under my command that serve as our main military force. We also have 5 platoons of about 50 soldiers each. 2 of the platoons are led by fairy knights who were part of the Queen's army, Auralia and Atuli. The other 3 are led by human knights, Kenwood, Landon, and Kalwas. I'll introduce you to everyone later. We have another 5 squads made up of like-minded comrades, but they're still in training. Their instructor is Secretary Magar, whom you've all met earlier. Londinium is also home to a large number of civilians, as you saw for yourselves today. They're the ones who can handle construction, sewing, cooking, smithing, governance, and education. It's a lot of work for only 300 people, but they've all been doing a great job. Next, I should tell you about the city's reconstruction timetable, and the amount of resources we'll need to procure each month in order to... Whoa, hold on, Percival. Why don't you just tell me the nitty-gritty stuff later? Right now, it's probably better if we just focus on the Norwich attack. I mean, see for yourself. Me. Artoria is doing her best to listen politely even though she's barely following along. See, they hit their limits a while ago. You have to understand, it's only been the 8 of us for a while now. So you really need to ease up on them discussions involving the best use of thousands of personnel, you know. You're right. I'm sorry. I was just so touched by what Lady Artoria said that I didn't realize I was running my mouth. I'm so embarrassed. Oh no, that's okay. I get pretty rambly when I'm happy too. But could you just call me Artoria like you did before? I don't think I'm ready for lady yet. Of course, Artoria. Alright, let me do this again. We'll plan on sending half of our company and 3 of our platoons to Norwich, so about 400 soldiers in total. In the meantime, the Count has gathered a group of anti-Queen, well, anti-Spriggan really, military personnel and residents in Norwich who are also willing to fight. I'm told they number 400 as well. So between ourselves and Count's forces, we should have about 800 soldiers. That's what we'll have to defeat the troops of the Queen that the Queen sends from Camelot. And to help you reach the bell tower in Spriggan's castle? 800, huh? Ain't much if you're hoping to take control of both the city and Spriggan's castle. Not to mention we'll be up against fairies while half of our soldiers are human. You're not worried we might be outclassed? No, I'm not. The Round Table's army uses weapons and tactics that are optimized for fighting fairies. I have complete faith in our ability to take up the difference in power. However, Spriggan's Vault Castle, as he calls it, will be too much for us to handle. It's an impenetrable iron tower that neither human nor fairy can possibly break through, so I'd like to ask for your help in infiltrating it. Max, Lord Oberon has told me about your magecraft. He says you're capable of summoning warriors in battle that can easily defeat an entire platoon. We won't be able to break through that vault castle gate by sheer force. Our only hope is for a small team to sneak inside and open it from within. I will be on a dangerous mission. It will be a dangerous mission, but would you be willing to accept it? Nod. Fucking Mission Impossible. Don't worry, I'm great at this sort of thing, and so is Artoria.
Just don't bring up Merlin Magecraft now, Max.
What? I didn't even say the name Merlin. What are you talking about? Thank you, Max. With you and Artoria helping, I think we have a real chance at victory. The platoons we have out on patrol in the south right now will be back by evening. Once they arrive, we'll set out for Norwich. Ideally, we should be able to arrive under cover of the night and take control of the city before Spriggan can even react. I hope you don't mind that I'll be leading the charge once we arrive, Artoria.
Not at all. This is your army, after all. You should be giving the orders.
All right. I'll go plan our attack with this new development in mind. The Count was kind enough to enclose a map with his letter. That should help us secure a route inside. Man, Count Pepe doesn't miss a trick, does he? There really isn't anything Count Pepe can't do, is there? I expect we'll be leaving in about 3 hours. Until then, take some time to relax.
Gotcha. I'm gonna go pay the textile workshop a visit then. That pile of unused cloth straps was downright obscene. I know the weavers must be busy, but you could make so many cute clothes for the children with all that stuff. So I'm gonna go help them and prove just how dependable old Habby Cat can be. As for me, I consider myself your apprentice now, Percival. So I'd love it if you could give me more lessons on how to improve my Lancer skills.
Of course, though I'm afraid I can only spare the time until the strategy outline comes in. I'm gonna go give the kids at the smithy some pointers. Far as I can tell, this whole city's only got one decent blacksmith and a bunch of apprentices.
Guess I better go put in some overtime, since I can't help much with the battle. Is there anything you'd like me to look into, Percival?
Yes, I'd like you to see what's happening in Oxford. Woodwose is the most likely of all clan heads to lose patience first. So after Norwich, I'm guessing he'll be our next major threat.
I'm inclined to agree, yes. I'll talk to Aurora as well and see if she can keep him occupied for us. Aurora? But I thought she only has a self-defense force, not an army. Armies are just one of the tools for fighting a war, Da Vinci. You see, Woodwose has had a kind of a thing for Aurora lately. So if the woman he wants so much hasn't given him the time of day suddenly wanted to see him...
Wow, that's cold, Oberon. You can't just toy with someone's feelings like that.
I'm not toying with anyone. If anything, I'm helping him. Woodwose has never been lucky
Woodwose has never been lucky in love, so thanks to me, he'll finally get the date he's been dreaming of. Gah, I haven't even met this Woodwose guy and I can't help but feel kind of sorry for him.
Alright, I'm gonna fly over to Salisbury. If all goes well, I'll see you guys in Norwich.
Okay, I'm gonna introduce myself to Secretary Magar. What are you going to do, Max and Artoria? I'm gonna take Percival up on this kind offer to take a nap in the room below. It looks like we have a long nighttime march ahead of us, so I need to rest up while I can. Good point. I think I'll do the same. But maybe I should check in on Redger Bit. Oh yeah, last I saw the kids were packed so tightly around him in the town square, he could barely move. I imagine he could use some help right about now. Okay then, everyone, please meet back here in about 3 hours. Our assault on Norwich begins at sunset. Alright, Garrison Port. Norwich 2. Oh boy. The assault on Norwich. I was born on a human ranch and raised in Salisbury, along with a number of other children. They probably needed more humans to fight against the Moors. They treated us all very well. They didn't just provide us with food, clothing, and shelter, they also built a school for us to attend. I remember how much that surprised me, since I had always heard that humans who leave a ranch would never be free. But that's why I've never had any animosity towards fairies. It's thanks to them that I grew up big and strong, and eventually got this spear. However, I still know very little about the fairy who took me in. That's probably because they raised a lot of human children, not just me. Around the time I became a full-fledged soldier, I heard that the fairy who had taken us all in from the ranch passed away. Shortly afterwards, the rearing house where our school had been was shut down, and I put Salisbury behind me. After that, I dedicated myself to combat training until I took on an escort job in a small forest village. I was told I should enter the next joust in Camelot, and even got a letter of recommendation.
Oh, I heard about that. That was the Robin Redbreast tournament they held 5 years ago. So you were the human knight who made it all the way to the finals? That's amazing.
Yes, I was quite lucky to make it to the end, though I had very poor showing in the finals. Still, I'm glad I was able to speak with Queen Morgan directly. It gave me the resolve I needed to make up my mind. Talking to her made it clear that she sees humans and fairies both as no more than tools. She's perfectly satisfied with the current state of Britain and has no intention of changing it. Once I saw that for myself, I ultimately decided to make an organization that would help the Child of Prophecy once she appeared.
Huh, no kidding. So this whole rebel army thing was originally your idea? Was it Oberon who came up with the idea of making it into the Round Table Army then?
Yeah, it was. My comrades and I were protecting a merchant caravan from Moors attacks one day when Lord Oberon came up to me and said, "You'll never get anywhere like that, Percival. If you keep this up, your white light will rust." From then on, he began managing us himself, and before I knew it, our rebel army had become the Round Table Army. I get it. Oberon's a real smooth talker, huh? Even from so early on? Yeah, the timeline's kind of fucky-wucky here, huh? It makes sense that it's because the Lostbelt is time moves. I can't wait until we get to that point, but so much of the history of this Lostbelt has a lot to do with the fact that the Lostbelt is like moving slower in time, and we still don't know the reason why yet either. Like, why does time work differently in this Lostbelt compared to? Why does time work differently in this Lostbelt compared to the other Lostbelts? Like, Lostbelt time was, like, normal in all the other ones, but in this one, time moves much more slower for some reason. Gotcha. So what's this white light of yours anyways? You're only human, so if you're defeating fairies with it, it must be a pretty impressive technique. Oh, it's nothing. It's not a technique. White light is my spear here. It's the Spear of Selection, one of Ash's weapons. Oh. The Spear of the Chosen One. The fairy who took me in gave it to me. Apparently, it's a holy spear that only responds to one without sin, and no fairy can use it. Selection? Does that mean it's like your staff, Artoria? I'm not sure, but I think they're at least a little different. I mean, one's a spear and one's a staff. No shit. Why did Habitrot go ... there? Maybe Habicat was the one that took him in and didn't die, or maybe not? I don't know. Habicat just went like ... Habicat knows more than she's letting on. Because I've noticed that a few other times, Habicat like kind of just stares and doesn't say anything. Is there a machine gun of selection? I do sense something similar about them, but the spear feels, well, empty? I can tell it's an amazing weapon, but it also seems it's not chosen anymore. I'd agree with that. I sense the same thing whenever I hold it. It feels like a piercing wave of regret and profound grief over a past failure. The spear's inner lamentations well up every time I swing it, and they leave behind trails of magic. Magic light, like tears. What was I gonna say? Percival's spear, I don't know, this is a Lostbelt, so it might work differently, but in proper human history, Percival's spear was the spear that, pierced Christ, right? When Jesus Christ was on the cross, there was a spear that went through him, and, Percival's spear was that same spear in proper human history, from legend anyway. That's why it came to be known as the White Light. This spear is no longer meant for saving fairies. Now, it only exists to kill them. That's not how it was originally supposed to be used, but that also means it's the only weapon out there to be able to stand up to the Tam Lin. But if it's true that only one without sin can wield it, I expect there'll come a time when I won't be able to wield it. That's not true, Percival. You're a wonderful person. You protect the weak and you never act out of self-interest. You're the ideal knight. You could never be a sinner. If I tried to use that spear, I'd be rejected before I could even touch it. For the sin of being too weak. Don't be silly, Gareth. You know there's no such sin. Dawn is approaching, Percival. It was a difficult march, but we made it in time. Shall we deploy the troops once we cross the next hill? Please do. I'm putting Landon in charge of the company while I'm gone. I'd like you and him to remain on standby for 1 hour. The Child of Prophecy and I will go on ahead to make our way into Norwich using the route through the sewage system the Count opened for us. Once we're inside Norwich, we'll rendezvous with the anti-Spriggan faction. After that, we'll start a riot in the city and take advantage of the confusion to open the main gate from the inside. Once it's open, I want your troops to neutralize the Queen's soldiers on the ramparts. In the meantime, we'll take Landon's troops and split up to take out the Queen's soldiers occupying Norwich. Once the enemy forces have been neutralized, we'll surround the castle. Understood. Please be careful out there, Commander. That goes for you too, Aurelia. I'm sorry to ask so much of you again. That's okay. I'm used to it. Child of Prophecy, please look after Percival. There you have it. From here on, we'll be on our own. Our goal is to infiltrate Norwich while it's still dark and create a distraction. Please make sure you're thoroughly prepared, Max. This is probably going to be a long battle. Yes, Percy in Proper Human History was the wielder of the Spear of Destiny, second to Rogue Nemiliad. Percy in LB6 Spear is really different, called the Spear of Selection. Yeah, different? Okay. Into Norwich we go. Hey! You're right on time, Max. Count Pepe, you're here! Thanks for coming to greet us yourself. Well, of course, hon. I invited you, didn't I? I'll go wherever I have to, be it the sewers or the morgue. Now, let's see who else we've got here. Miss Da Vinci, Muramasi, Garethy, Habitrot, and... Oh my, what have we here? An enemy! An enemy? Where? Save me, Percy, save me! Percy? Please stop, Count, we don't have time for this. Please cut it out, Pepe, or I'll tell him your real name. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. I just got a little excited since I've never seen anyone like him before. Welcome to Norwich's sewer system. I take it you're Percival of the Round Table Army. I'm Count Pepperona. But please, call me Count. Oh, so you're the Count. My apologies. I thought you were a night call at first. It's a pleasure to meet you, Count. Yes, I am Percival of the Round Table Army. Thank you for telling us about this crisis in Norwich. Not at all, hun. If anything, I should be thanking you guys for handling the bloody parts for me. Huh, I just noticed one of you is missing. What happened to him, Max? Who, Oberon? Who, Redra? That's it, the peppy one. Redra bit stood behind in londinium. He said he wasn't going to come along if he can't pull the carriage. Oh, I see. That wasn't very smart of him. Aurora must have taught him well. Okay then, let me show you the way. Once we reach the surface, I'm going to have you all split up into 2 teams. Team B will dry out the Queen's soldiers away from the main road, and Team C will unlock the main gate from the inside. Artoria, Muramasi, you 2 will be Team B. Percival, Garethy, Habitrot, you will be Team C. Max, I want you and Da Vinci to be supporting both teams. We'll seriously be outnumbered here, so you'll need to hustle to ensure both teams have as much servant power as they need. You can handle that, right? This is hardly your first rodeo, after all. Of course. Couldn't help but notice there was no Team A in that lineup. You're right. We'll have to remedy that someday. Once you're a real master in the true sense of the word, you, me, Cadoc, can all be Team A together. I can't wait. Ooh. Understood. Shall we? Oh yes. It's time Spriggan finally got what was coming to him. Pepe, Pepe, Pepe. New Team A, Pog. Let's go. Lord Spriggan, the Round Table Army has begun attacking the main gate. You don't say. The Round Table Army isn't like the other rebels. They are, in fact, a proper army. They would never launch a frontal assault on our gate with only 300 soldiers, which must mean... Oh, Lord Spriggan, the Queen's soldiers are reporting that Norwichans have begun an armed uprising throughout the city. They say they're rising up against the Queen's unjust rule, and they have also been reports of... A child of prophecy is there among them? Yes, sir. She has the townspeople so inspired that the Queen's soldiers are having a hard time fending them off. Now that's more like it. Lord Spriggan, please stay with us, sir. We need you to give us orders. Don't worry, I'm perfectly calm. Tell our soldiers this. Defend your posts until the Queen's army has been neutralized, after which you are to either surrender or retreat to the Vault Castle. Focus all your efforts on defense and avoid harming civilians wherever possible. Got that? Remember, only the Queen's soldiers should be fighting the Child of Prophecy. Tell our soldiers that their only concern should be defending Norwich. Oh, and tell the guards stationed at the bell tower to stand down. I'll go greet our guests myself. Yes, sir. All right, Max of Chaldea, let's see what you can do. I hope you've got what it takes because everything is riding on your shoulders. If the Child of Prophecy really does have a shot at victory, she may not be such a bad investment. Besides, I was getting fed up with pulling the wool over these damn fairies' eyes. What does he mean by that? What's he mean by that?
戦闘かい？期待に応えられるといいな。
調子は悪くね
Oh my god.
えな。やることは変わらねえよ。妖精がなんだってんだ。
This actually, Muramasa being an alter ego actually hurts him in every fucking node.
切るぜ。先に行く。
Max using story support? Yes, sir.
完成理念収束。
We are in full immersion here.
委員会。これが俺のスムカイ村正だ。
黄金律にも種類があるのさ。白兵戦行きます。戦いですか。
Oh my god, cast story is not 10, 10, 10. That's right. Damn you.
任せて。せーの。せーの。私の宝具もちろん見たいのかい？そう、君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝者を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ、行けるところで行ってみよ
櫛灘姫を髪に
う。
刺し、
運命ですか。任せて。
そこに至るはあまたの研鑽。気づきに気づいた
Grandpa
刀塚。八重垣作るは戦時の刃。知った成仏していきな。
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。せーの。
Red Dane the Knight. Oh.
ああ、とても楽しかった。このアングルバッチリ。発進準備やりました。
先に行く。
早く早く。そう、君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝者を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ、行けるところで行ってみよう。
切るぜ。先
やります。
に行く。まだまだ折り返しだ。
やっ、芸術とは輝くものさ。
やることは変わらねえよ。妖精がなんだってんだ。櫛灘姫を
や
髪に
ります。
真髄解明、完成理念収束、鍛造技法委員会。これが俺のスムカリ村正だ。
ここでまっすぐですね。
Uh-oh.
さて、
黄金律にも種類があるのさ。白兵戦行きます。何のために？
切るぜ。
ふむふむ。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
Uh-oh.
品田姫を髪に刺し、あの辺りか。そこに至るはあまたの研鑽、気づきに気づいた刀塚、八重垣作るは戦時の刃、知ったら成仏していきな。
Nice. Good job, Grandpa.
鐘の音が聞こえる。
We did it. Okay, I really did get all of these, huh? There wasn't anything locked that I was like... There wasn't anything for like 6.3 or missions. I don't know if those like unlocked once I got to 6.3 or not. That was like my main reason for streaming today, because I was planning on doing this stream next week, but I saw these missions down here only had 1 day left, and so I was like, I should probably hop on those for the extra Saint Quartz. All right, that takes care of most of them. We'll handle the rest. Go on ahead to the main gate, Max. Percival needs your help now, not us.
Please watch Gareth's back too, Max. She had a bad habit of being reckless.
Got it. Okay, be careful, you two. Monka. Okay, it's just another battle, but this time with the other party. Team C. Let's do the same thing here. I might give them... I'm gonna give them the bond CE and see if we can just give them some extra bond. Spishtar is almost bond 10. She's like right on the cusp of being bond 10. Oops, I went past him, huh? Let's go, Heavy Cat. Oh, that's right. Percival doesn't have his NP yet. Damn it. Holy shit. Oh.
そこ
We're doing the thing.
いいですとも。お任せください。レッツライ先行。
Story Percy hits hard. He does. Oh, he has a attack up, huh? The one who has reached human limit. Increase attack and arts card effectiveness. Holy shit, that's sick. I didn't even notice that before. By the way, JJK episode 5 is the last of the flashback arc, and we'll answer most of your questions as to how it connects into the movie. Shibuya arc starts August 31st. Let's go, baby. Why the break though? Yeah, we had a big break too, huh? Oh, that's adorable. What the fuck? Nya, 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 nya. I haven't heard that yet. They're replaying recap stuff probably to prep for how huge Shibuya will be. Holy shit. I am hyped. All you manga readers keep hyping up the Shibuya arc, saying it's gonna be like peak fucking fiction. I better have my mind blown, bro. My expectations are pretty damn high. Your mind will definitely be blown away. All right. Whoa, where'd that ice come from? What the hell? Where'd that ice come? That was like Scotty ice, bro. What the fuck? Ice attack of judgment? Scotty is secretly an LB6. Ow. 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 Ow.
逆行よ導きを
Damn, dude. Oh, it's his ice attack? I guess that makes sense since the other knight had that defense that goes up every time you hit him, so his just must be this ice attack. He's an ice fairy or some shit. I love the fucking meowing, dude. Nya, 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 nya.
急げや急げ、明日が納期だ。ブライダルスピンホイール。
Uh-oh. No, Percival! Alright, Jalter, fuck him up.
さあどうだ。結構器用なので、結構頑丈なので。アフタービジョンワンリミ。自分でもよくわからないのですが。ええ。参ります。
Funny how the random mob character has better animations than some of the actual units. Yeah, I think someone in chat said that when the first time we fought it too, which is pretty funny. Oh my god, Jalter's crits did more damage than Gareth's NP. She's also a level 116, but I digress. Gareth 1 HP, actually left with it didn't even look at that. Gareth still has her guts. That didn't even trigger her guts. She has 1 HP. Look at that. Finish her off. Or finish him off. Jalter. Goated.
戦いはしんどいな。でも君が無事ならそれでオッケー。
Dub. All right, just get us in the castle. What's Spriggan plan in here? I have a report from Captain Landon, sir. They've taken full control of the South District. I have a report from Captain Aurelia as well. The Queen's soldiers near the main gate have retreated after losing 20% of their force. Great work! Now, go do the same in the North District. We're going ahead to the Vault Castle. Take anyone who surrenders into custody and have Aurelia's squad look after them. Yes, sir. Understood.
Phew! This is a lot harder than I thought it'd be.
Gareth, Habitrot, you two stay here. Muramasa, Artoria, Da Vinci, Max. The 5 of us will infiltrate the Vault Castle. I trust that's okay with you? Okay. Just try and stop me. Been waiting to smack the smug out of Spriggan for a while now. You said it. We're nearly there. My, still so fiery, I see. Now I'm glad I went through the trouble of securing that route for you. None of the Queen's soldiers are stationed at the Vault Castle. Once you get past Spriggan's guards, then... Wait a sec. The front door is... open? I'm not sensing any soldiers in there either. It looks like the path to the bell tower is all clear. Do you think it's a trap? Probably yes, but not for us. This trap is only for Artoria, the Child of Prophecy, and Queen Morgan. Spriggan really is a sly old fox, isn't he? He's just handing the bell over to us. Makes sense, though. He gains nothing by trying to protect it at this point. He must be trying to surrender without defying the Queen. He wants to be able to deny any involvement in ringing the bell. Well, this is a surprise. I thought we'd never be able to take control of Norwich without ringing the bell, but if Spriggan has pulled his soldiers back, he must not have any intention of fighting. That means our battle to occupy Norwich is over. We no longer have to ring the bell to win. That said, whether we go ring it now or not is up to the Child of Prophecy. If she does, it will be a declaration of war. There will be no going back. I hate to play into Spriggan's hands, but I doubt we'll get another opportunity like this.
Let's go. Bell or not, Spriggan is still inside. Between him and just letting the calamity happen to the stunt he's trying to pull right now, I can't just let him go. I want him to know exactly what the head of the Earth Clan was thinking when he made those decisions. Huh. We didn't run into a single soldier on the way up here, let alone Spriggan himself.
I've got a hell of a bad feeling about this. Chills, even. Be careful. There's something here. Capless. Where are you, Capless? I smell paradise. I hear Avalon. I see. So you finally come. There! Magical energy is collecting on the ceiling. This density, it's a night call. The one who saves us shall be Britain's undoing. Ah, curse my dead body. I will gladly give my soul for the Earth Clan in exchange for your abominable body.
What the fuck? Farming time. What is this? I remember them saying that each bell was like a relic or some shit, right? I remember them mentioning that. Oh, night call. It's a Spriggan. Guardian of the treasure vault. This is the Spriggan boss fight. Damn, he kinda beefy. King of Forging. Uh-oh. Wait. So there's supposed to be a bell for every clan, right? I wonder if that somehow corresponds to the, you know, the mural on the wall? It had 3 fairies on each side of the big fluff mural. I wonder if the bells correspond to those, like, 6 fairies because they were supposed to represent, like, each clan, right? Oh, okay. That can insta-kill. Noted. Just use Demia.
天使の地獄に帰りなさい。究極女神ビーム。切り裂かれる。逃げ惑いなさい。
Oh, someone's dying here. Not the Jolter! Come on, man. Butler Bedivere, let's go.
お任せください。我が知恵お見せしましょう。
うるさい。やります。黙って。面白い。えい。嘆き食い。うるさい。やります。そこか。ブラスト。突破します。
Yo, chill the fuck out. Mashu.
帽子。あ、ドリンク。帽子。歌詞。
受け了解です。
持ちやります。
受けたまわりました。
Damn, that thing was kind of kicking my ass.
防御中です。
Let's go. The true Spriggan boss fight. It's gone. That night call must have been here for a very long time. Didn't exactly go peacefully, though. Hope you're at least rested now, old one.
Anyway, that seems to take care of the last obstacle in our path. All that's left now to do is ring the bell.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was his plan to have us kill that thing. I bet that thing's correlated to, like... I bet every single bell probably has, like, some... But they called them, like, relics or something. They said that there was... Every bell was, like, a relic. I don't know. He'll probably explain it more right here. Well done. Well done indeed. I must thank you for finally ridding the bell tower of that ghost that's been haunting it for the last century. Now that is what I call a swift resolution. It was the finest thing I've seen since I first set foot in Fairy Britain. Once again, your power leaves me at a loss for words. What's up, Moe? Spriggan made us kill a Spriggan, that's what I'm saying, bro. What's going on here? Spriggan! Oh? Why are you glaring at me like that? The battle is over. Your Round Table army has defeated the Queen's soldiers. Norwich is now free of the Queen's oppressive regime, and it's all thanks to you. I, Norwich's own lord, couldn't be happier about this turn of events. What do you say? Shall we toast to your victory? Ah, but where are my manners? Apologies for my lack of consideration. If you wish to leave, by all means, go right ahead. My soldiers will gladly clear the way for you. We were told you were the one who called the Queen's army here in the first place. How can you do that and still claim to be innocent? Yes, I did make report to Her Majesty. The calamity caused a great deal of damage, so I requested she send soldiers to help with the restoration efforts. Any responsible lord would have done the same. Unfortunately, it seems there were some bad apples among the Queen's soldiers who thought to treat our more rebellious citizens quite brutally. But once again, your timely intervention prevented any of my citizens from coming to harm. For that, I owe you my thanks.
So that's what you're going with? The royal armies attempted to purge any hint of rebellion had nothing to do with you, Okay, that's fine. At this point, there's no way we can prove it one way or another. But what's your game plan now? Norwich has fallen and your citizens are sick of you. Do you really have time to be hanging out here chatting with us?
Don't be ridiculous, Leonardo da Vinci. I must say, for such a great mind as yours, that was simply uncalled for. True, Norwich may be fallen, but that is a temporary situation at worst. Since the Child of Prophecy is leading the Round Table army, you must only be here for this bell. I very much doubt you occupied Norwich with the intention of keeping it for yourselves. Well, I suppose you may be considering using it for the Round Table army's base of operations. But as you've just aptly proven, Norwich is quite vulnerable to invasion. Of course, if you want to open up... Of course, if you want to end up razed to the ground for treason like Sheffield, far be it from me to stop you. Why, you little...
Now, don't bother. No sense in letting this one work you up. And trying to hold him accountable for his crimes would only be an even bigger waste of time. He doesn't believe he's done anything wrong in any case.
Oberon, when did you get here?
Just now. Luckily, my trick with the restaurant worked like a charm. I'm glad to see you've all wrapped things up here nice and neat. I knew you could do it, Percival. But you've done a pretty poor job with the aftermath. If you were going to kill Spriggan, it should have just been during the chaos of the battle. Now it's too late. It would be one thing if you wanted to get rid of Norwich, but you'd never do that, would you?
Get rid of Norwich? Oh, do you need me to explain it to you, foreign mage?
Don't bother, I'll sum it up. Spriggan's demonstrated his neutrality to his citizens, thereby fulfilling his role as their lord. As a result, the fairies of Norwich still recognize him as their leader. So they definitely won't be happy if you kill him now that he's open to peaceful discussion. And that's not all. While Norwich's artisans may all hate Spriggan, the only other residents who use the artisan services consider him indispensable. Remember how I said Norwich is on the verge of becoming a human city? Spriggan's policies are essential for fairies who want to maximize their profits above all else. That's what makes him so tricky to deal with. Sure, half of Norwich hates him, but the other half supports him. So you can't just kill him without a very good reason. It would make us public enemies. And not only that.
Without Spriggan to negotiate with the Queen, she would declare it a rebel stronghold and just take it over herself. And since we can't protect this city, letting that happen would essentially destroy Norwich. And there you have it. To kill a ruler is to effectively kill their nation as well. If what you want is to destroy Norwich, then by all means go ahead and execute me.
You're not bluffing, are you? You really do mean that. You don't care about the safety of the Earth Clan and you have no wish to keep Norwich safe. But you also apparently don't care if you live or die. I don't get it. Your actions seem so purposeless and incomprehensible. It's almost as if you're... That's right, human. You're no fairy, Spriggan. You're what they call a changeling, someone who drifted here from proper human history, aren't you?
What? I had a feeling that might be the case, but I wasn't sure. Is it because he's a fucking capitalist? That's what I called earlier. Remember when he was doing all the fucking real estate bullshit when he was going to let he had sold Norwich for a high price, and then he was going to let the Calamity destroy the town so he could then buy it back for an even cheaper price. Like, that's so fucked, dude. And I was like, when that happened, I was like, dude, only, like, how the fuck is Fairy Britain, like, the furthest thing from, or the furthest deaf, meaning, like, it's the most different out of every Lostbelt we've faced so far. It's the most different from proper human history, yet they still have fucking capitalism. It's because of him. This motherfucker. A human clan head, but that's impossible. There's no way he could keep it up and act like that for so long.
Fairies distinguish between other fairies and humans by scent, magical energy, and appearance. No one fairy is exactly like any other, so as long as someone could meet the right criteria, they could definitely pass as a human-looking fairy. For scent, they just need to make cologne that approximates for how fairies smell. Their comparative lack of magical energy they have could be disguised with a mystic code, and as for their appearance, hey, yeah, his ears look like fairy ears, but aside from that, humans can have their extremities surgically modified without any negative side effects, so that's no big surprise. What I want to know is how you solved the aging problem. You've been Norwich's lord for 100 years now, and makeup can only do so much to make you look younger. I'm afraid to ask what you look like under all that.
I don't have the slightest idea of what you're talking about. However, let's say, just for the sake of argument, that I came from the same world as Lord Max there. If I did, surely you could imagine something I might want. I have no attachment to Britain, the fairies, or the Queen, nor can I go back to my old home at this point. Indeed, I can never go back to being John Smith, the human, even if I wanted to. Okay, that's just a stand-in name, right? Indeed, I can never go back to being John Smith, the human, even if I wanted to. No, all I care about is a place that you can call home? This vault castle, right? That's not exactly right, but you're not far off either. Personally, I don't care who sits on the throne, queen, child of prophecy, whoever. It's all the same to me. All I care about is keeping this vault castle safe. My role as the Lord of Norwich is only a means to that end. One of the tricks to survival is serving someone stronger than you. Right now, that means working for the Queen, but depending on what you do next, that could easily change.
You see, he's the most annoying kind of person to deal with. He's neither friend nor foe. But never mind him. Norwich never had it much in the way of military. Once we ring this bell, we won't need to come back here again. Spriggan's private soldiers are just that, private soldiers. I can't imagine they'd ever be a threat to the Round Table army.
Right you are. Now do you understand what makes me tick? If you think I'm not worth killing, that's fine with me. Very well then. This jester will go ahead and remove himself to the corner. If you wish to ring the bell of pilgrimage, please be my guest. Still, I will say that jester or not, I do have hopes and dreams of my own. I doubt I have much longer to live, but I hope I get to see the Child of Prophecy defeat the Queen before my time is up. John Smith is the whitest name ever.
Okay, now that that's settled, let's get to the main event. Are you ready to do this, Artoria?
Salisbury, Gloucester, Norwich, and Londinium. Salisbury, the city of the wind, where humans and fairies coexist. Gloucester, the city of flowers, that glitters bright and hollow. Norwich, the city of smiths, where all kinds of fairies and humans compete, swindle, and help one another. And Londinium, the city of ruins, where everyone smiles and cares for others despite the pain and loss they've suffered. 16 years, the time I spent as the Child of Prophecy in Tintagel.
Artoria? Okay, I'm going to ring the bell. Don't worry, I already know how. Stand back, everyone.
Whoa, graphic.
Song of Paradise, voice of the inner sea, you who were born to be selected to decide the fate of this land and to see justice done. The bells of the bones of Inception shall show you the way. Forgive us these sins.
And just like that, we declared war on the most powerful enemy we've faced so far. Is it noon already? Seems a bit early for that. Maybe it's not the usual cathedral bell? I wonder what it is then. It sounds weirdly happy and sad at the same time.
My chest feels tight. What a nostalgic sound. Is that a bell of pilgrimage, Lady Aurora? Why, yes, it is. It must be Norwich's bell, meaning the Earth Clan has accepted her. It looks like your plan worked, Oberon, though I do feel a little bad about tricking Woodwose. Congratulations, Artoria. Thank you, Max. Now at long last we can finally take the next steps forward.
This sound, it feels like it's ringing out all across all of Britain. And this frequency, it doesn't sound like joy so much as... Aha, now I see. So that's what they mean by pilgrimage.
There's the first one. What a relief. It's about time she did something worthy of the Child of Prophecy. I was more than a little worried when she accepted the Queen's invitation to Camelot. But now, the war will finally begin. I can't wait. Can you, Koyanskaya? Her Majesty the Queen versus the Child of Prophecy, the Tamlin versus the Round Table Army. I wonder who's going to drop out first. I wonder who will have the last laugh. Who would you bet on, Koyanskaya? Oh, maybe you'd put your money on Chaldea, the real dark horse?
Chaldea can't possibly win. They're not even a player in this game. But having said that, in your case, betting on Chaldea may not be such a bad idea. Fairy Britain's market value is about to tank after all. So if you know what's coming, maybe you should consider a different possibility.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no way I'm getting out of this game after all the trouble I went through to set up the pieces. Oh yes, just you wait, Koyanskaya. I'm going to make things right, no matter what happens.
Lady Miriam.
Such a Chihuahua voice, right?
Huh, so that's what the Bell of Pilgrimage sounds like. It doesn't do much for my soul. Well, it's good Norwich is out of the picture. About time she finally got serious. Anyone worthy to be my rival should have no trouble at all ringing a bell or two.
What an ominous sound. Is that one of the bells of pilgrimage? What happened to the soldiers we sent to Norwich?
But what about Lord Spriggan saying... What is Lord Spriggan saying about this?
It's the Child of Prophecy.
She banded allied with the Round Table Army and invaded Norwich.
What was Woodwose doing?
How could you let the Round Table Army make a move while he was in Oxford?
Beryl Gut was right. We should have captured and killed her when we had the chance.
Order, order! 30 ambassadors, 100 officials, close your mouths! High Queen Morgan is about to speak. Hear her words and obey!
A bell of pilgrimage has been rung. Send word to every lord and fairy in the land. The Child of Prophecy is no longer my subject. I name her an enemy of the state. All who offer her aid in any sort shall be branded the same. Fairy Britain abides no enemy. It crushes them without mercy. I command Woodwose, Lord of Oxford, to begin an attack on Londinium. I shall weigh his success in battle against his transgression in permitting this advance in Norwich when determining his punishment. There is no place for the Child of Prophecy in my Fairy Britain. Ooh, the High Queen's made her decision. That accursed Child of Prophecy is as good as dead now. War! War! There's going to be a war! Oh, I can't wait! This is going to be so much fun! I've been bored out of my mind these last 100 years. Now I get to hear the lower class fairies writhing in agony again. Thank you, Child of Prophecy. Thank you, Round Table Army. Thank you for starting this bloodbath. No sooner do they see preparations for war being made than they scurry off to their homes. 2,000 years and fairies are still just as fickle and bloodthirsty as ever. Portune, awaken, Knight Portune.
Yes, High Queen. Guard Knight Portune at your service. It's an honor to have been freed from the chessboard. The 200 years since I last saw you have done nothing to diminish your Majesty's beauty.
Never mind the formalities. Here, drink this. This water will grant you memories of all that has transpired in the last 200 years. Oh, so maybe Morgan be the one fucking with people's memories? Nah. Impossible. It's gotta be Oberon.
Very well. Then if I may. Now I understand. The child of prophecy, I'm sorry my clan head's prophecy has become such a headache for you, my High Queen. Speaking of which, where are my fellow Mir clan fairies? Who replaced Einzel as their head?
The Mir clan is gone. You are the last of their kind, Portune.
I see. What an ironic twist of fate. I parted ways with Einzel to serve your majesty as a knight, and thanks to that, I'm still alive today.
That is surely the optimal future you once saw. Your choice was the correct one. It is why you are alive today. Now you will once again make use of your prognostication. You will accompany Tamlin Gwaine and Tamlin Lancelot as their advisor. And if by some chance, worse should come to worse, I trust you know what to do.
Yes, High Queen. We Guard Knights are fully aware of your wishes. You would like the Tamlin to go to Oxford to assist with the attack on Londinium, yes?
Have you gone soft in the head? Woodwose needs no help with Londinium. I have another mission for the Tamlin. There is someone else who has been a thorn in my side for too long. The attack on Londinium is merely a sideshow. Knocknaria? Is she gonna send them to Knocknaria? Monka. Well, that's finally one bell down. Wait. Artoria? Huh? What's going on? Why am I glowing so much? She must be burning up. Water! Water! We need water! Da Vinci, can't you whip us up some fast-acting coolant or something? Grown-up me might have been able to, but me? No way. It's gone now? What was that? Wow, sorry for panicking there. The prophecy never said anything about that. That aside. Yeah, I could tell. This is really, Yeah, it really is. I'm not a fairy, but even I can tell. She got more magical energy? Why are you all staring at me like that? You're making me nervous. Did I do something wrong? No, you did something very right. Artoria, did you just get crazy strong? Huh? Oh shit. Level up! Wait, what the fuck? Why is it all foggy? What the hell? Fragment 5. Oh, we get to see what's going on with MASH? Oh. I wonder... Okay, I'm not even going to ask any questions or theorize. Let's just get into this. I want to see what's going on with Mashu. I wonder if she's on the reverse side of the world. That's what I was going to ask. My body is tingling all over. What happened to me? Oh, what? Wait, how is Happy Cat here? She's awake! She's awake! Look, Ash, the weird girl with the even weirder iron armor finally woke up. She's gotta be an evil fairy. Can I kill her? Can I? Wait, what? Habitrot, you're alright. Thank goodness I was worried that huge lightning bolt might have burned Norwich to the ground. Norwich? What the heck's Norwich? Is that the name of the forest you came from? And did she just say Ash is here? Huh? A beach? Where did Norwich go? Where's Senpai and Artoria? What's going on, Habitrot? What happened in Norwich? I don't know any Norwich, and quit calling me that. That's not my name. I'm Totorot. Tamlin Totorot. And don't you forget it. Huh? Totorot? You mean you aren't Habby Cat? Habby Cat? I don't know what that is, but I love it. That's way better than Grimalkin's yappin'. Ash! Ash! You've got to see this girl. She's amazing. I don't know what she's talking about, but everything she says is amazing. She's got to be a mage, just like you. What's going on here? All right. So this is what I wanted to say. No one, I have to preface it again. Please, for the love of God, no one spoil me on the unit that has come out on JP for anniversary, but I know the unit that came out on JP is Ash. When I first saw the unit, I was like, did they just make a third Castoria? Because I know we're getting Summer Castoria, which is Castoria number 2. And when I saw the anniversary servant, I was like, is that just Castoria number 3? I was so confused, but now it makes a little more sense. What I wanted to say, even before that kind of got spoiled for me, I was already kind of thinking that in my head because the OG legend of King Arthur, for those who don't know, says that King Arthur, after King Arthur died, King Arthur went to Avalon. King Arthur went to the reverse side of the world, right? And legends still to this day say that when Britain is in need of a hero, King Arthur will return to save Britain, right? Like, that's a true thing. So what I thought was interesting was how the prophecy tells about Castoria being the savior to Britain in Lostbelt 6. And if Castoria is the savior of Britain, it almost sounds like the OG prophecy of King Arthur coming back. And so when they talked about a savior of Britain in the past, I was like, I wonder if the Castoria we know that is with us in Lostbelt 6 right now is just the reincarnation of Ash, because like that's the OG story of King Arthur. The OG story of King Arthur, at the end of when King Arthur dies, they go to Avalon, and they're staying in Avalon until Britain needs them, and they will return. Almost like the what did they call the Christians believe that Jesus Christ will return? What's that day called? Be wary, it's gonna be very confusing. What do they call the day Jesus returns? I forgot the name of it. There's like a word for it. I might have to Google it. The second coming? Yeah, it's like the second coming of Christ, but there's an actual word for it. Coming of Christ. Aw, oh, come on. The more I think about it, it's actually very similar. The story for Christianity and Jesus is pretty similar to King Arthur's. That's got to have some influence, but the Bible states that when they went to Jesus's tomb, right, they go in there and they find an empty tomb. And that's very similar because that's similar to King Arthur, because didn't when what's the name of the knight that took the sword? Bedivere. When Bedivere took the sword to the lake, I think they returned to King Arthur, and King Arthur like wasn't there, right? Or maybe that was only in the
Maybe that was only in the singularity, I can't remember. The Rapture, is that what it's called? I thought it started with an R. Yeah, I think it might be the rapture. Wasn't that the, like, all the believers will rise to the air and join Jesus in heaven? Yeah, that's like a hardcore, like, American evangelical, like, belief. When there's an end time event and, like, everyone on earth will die except for the believers. Yeah, that might be what I was thinking. Anyways. Oh, this Castoria kind of looks... Is the bow tie a different color? Is normal Castoria's bow tie that color? Castoria, second ascension images. Oh, it is a slightly different color. That's cool. Second Coming and Rapture are very similar in some ways. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Anyways. I was comparing that to the King Arthur legend because in the King Arthur legend, they say that there's like going to be a second coming of King Arthur when Britain needs them. And when they were talking about Ash, I was wondering if Castoria was actually just the reincarnation of Ash. And it seems like, well, we'll read more into it, but kind of makes sense. Oh, the staff is different as well. You're right. I definitely would not have noticed that. Coming, Todorat, and please stop calling me everything you've not seen before Magecraft, would you? Hello there. It's nice to meet you. I'm Ash, and this is Todorat. Welcome to Britain, the Isle of the Fairies. Would you be so kind as to tell us your name? It must be fate that brought us together here. We'd be happy to help you if you like. She said the thing, chat. Fate brought her here. Thank you. My name's Mash Kiralite. Ash, are you Ash the Savior? Oh, so you know about me. Are you from Londinium then? I'm sure I'd remember seeing a fairy as strong as you, though. I'm sure I sensed an incredibly powerful spell similar to the Infinity Mirror out there on the East Coast. Oh, are you a northern fairy, perhaps? Did you mess up the teleportation and end up out here in the middle of nowhere? A northern fairy? So she's one of Queen Mab's people, even though she's so cute? That'd make her our enemy. Can I kill her, Ash? Of course not. Please, Todorat. Just be quiet a moment. Why don't you come with us, Mash? We should leave before Moors begin showing up anyway. Come on, our camp is over on those woods. It'll be much safer to talk there. I wonder, is this the reverse side of the world? What the fuck? And so, we begin a new story, or rather, continue a previous one. When Mash rushed in to protect Max and Artoria, she was snatched away by Morgan's water mirror. After a moment of darkness, she awoke to find herself on an unfamiliar beach, surrounded by blindingly thick fog and the crashing of waves. On the northern horizon, she could see a tree of emptiness stretching high into the clouds as if it were holding up the very sky. The fairies only knew it as the World Tree, though. But what surprised her more than anything was... There's no wall here. No sign of the wall of light that used to cover all of Britain anywhere. In fact, there was nothing to be seen near Britain at all. Nothing but an endless plain of white seawater. This was the Isle of Britain in year 400 of the Fae era, approximately 2,400 years in the past. What? Morgan sent her back in time, dude? And this is the story of Ash the Savior's final, fateful battle. What? Holy shit, is that 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's another 9. Holy shit, that's another 9 arrow node. Okay, that's definitely where we're ending it. I think that's a good cliffhanger. So what the fuck? Wait, are there no new notes? Yeah, right there. Fay Arrow 400. Mash is sent to this time through the water mirror. What the fuck? So the water mirror is a literal time travel device? So wait, that means the calamities that Morgan has been fighting, she doesn't... I thought she might have either zapped them or maybe just teleported them away. No, she literally sent them back in time. This is like Skyrim. This is like Skyrim, dude. For those who don't know, I'm gonna spoil Skyrim's like big plot twist and story here, but she just yeets it. Dude, the fucking, the story of Skyrim, for those who don't know, this is a big spoiler for the game if you haven't played it, but it's been out for years and years and years now, so the story of Skyrim that a lot of people don't know about it because, like, most people don't complete the main story of Skyrim, but it's really cool. So you play as the Dovahkiin, the prophesized dragonkin warrior that is to stop Alduin, the king of the dragons, the original, like, ferocious dragon beast that can resurrect dragons from the dead. They tell about a long time ago, all the warriors of Skyrim had to kill Alduin, but he was prophesized to come back 1,000 years in the future, and only the Dragonborn would be able to defeat him. You learn throughout the story, you want to find out how they defeated Alduin, because you're like, there's no way I'm going to be able to defeat Alduin, right? So you're trying to figure out how to defeat Alduin. So to defeat him, you actually get a one of the Elder Scrolls that lets you travel back in time to be able to see how they defeat him. So you travel back in time to see how they defeat Alduin, and you find out they never defeated the fucker. They sent him forward in time, and that's how the whole prophecy was made. And so the whole plot twist ends up being that the people of Skyrim, to defeat Alduin, they never actually defeat him. They literally just send him forward in time for you to deal with in the future. And so I think that's I'm not cooking on the story. I'm just saying that it reminds me of that is all. But I think that's where we're gonna end this. Is there anything else new? Ainzel, chief of the Mirror Clan, makes her prophecy. Oh yeah, we had that. Caterpillar War, a powerful Fang clan fairy is born. Moors. Yeah, I think the only thing new is the MASH one there. All right. So we're gonna learn about Ash through MASH's story. That's cool. The old notes do update sometimes. Yeah, like the some of them get like added stuff too, which is cool. All right, that's a good spot to stop, I think, because of how crazy that was. So Mash didn't just get teleported somewhere else. She got teleported into the past. Fucking how long ago? Like 1,400 years ago, yeah? Holy or no, 2,400 years ago. And then we've got another 9 arrow node when we start the next stream, which probably isn't going to be till next week, but pretty good story so far. Interesting. MASH is old now. Nos, you're trying to fit as many Skyrim references in as possible. True. All right. Let's go host or raid Big Sis Nene. Oh, we have to raid her with the the best, hang on. I got something for y'all to copy paste when you get in there. All right, chat. Thank you all so much for watching. I love you all so much. We're gonna host Nene, Big Sis Nene, Oni-chan, Oni. Is it Oni-chan?
I'm just gonna let this. I'm gonna let this for a second.
Oni-san, Oni-chan, Oni-san. Thank you all for watching. This weekend we'll be streaming Remnant from the Ashes, of course. Next week we will continue LB6. That's the plan. For now, just so everyone knows. All right, okay. I got some for y'all to copy paste. We're gonna do. Now watch me whip. Now watch me nay.
This has gotta be like the worst scene.
All right, chat. Copy and paste that,
Worst scene.
and we're gonna go raid. All right, peace out, everyone. Love you all, and I'll catch you all in the next stream. Peace.
I thought it like gave you an MP damage on the card type change was just like inherent to the ability. I didn't think it was a buff. I fucking hate this game. Max, thank you for the raid. Welcome raiders, welcome. Yeah, I know the card. But it's like, no, I know it's one skill, but I thought it was like, there's multiple skills in FGO that apply things either sequentially